Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Tuesday, and that means it's time for a playthrough of a fuck. I think those were a little misaimed, but whatever. Hey, Rock Party. That's a thing you can do on my channel from the Twitch side. Don't worry about it. It's time for Star Fox Adventures. That's what's going on. Quick recap. That's what this card says. Wheel was spun on Friday. That's right. This feature, up to this point, has consisted of a number of random playthroughs wherein the game was determined by spinning a wheel. And that remained the case this time, but I moved this wheel spin from tonight during this stream to last time on the Mario Maker stream. I didn't think I would do that last time I was playing a rare game that was a cameo right before this, the last one of those playthroughs, but I thought about it and decided it's better for a couple reasons, one of which is that if anyone's watching the VOD of this, it's kind of obvious I'm playing Star Fox Adventures on account of it's in the thumbnail, it's in the name, it's really, you have to get in really quick if you wanted to enjoy the wheel spin drama live originally, and after 5 minutes it was just gone from the stream. Fun for me, maybe for anyone else who was early, but if it's on another stream it can be fun even if you're watching the VOD, because you don't know what I'm playing next. You might not have seen any promo post, or you might not have seen what I've been streaming. Maybe you're watching the VOD later and it's like, what was next? I don't know, I can't remember. Whatever the fuck. I think it's preserves a little bit of the drama in the moment, and also makes it so that the wheel is spun when we have some more folks around, midway into a stream rather than at the end or at the beginning. We'll see what we do in the future, to be determined. Another small note, small follow-up on LASIK. I know which doctor I want to get the LASIK with. I don't know when it's gonna be. I'm figuring out when it makes sense for my schedule, for family schedule, that sort of thing. There are things I want to avoid, such as my birthday, such as the release date of the Nintendo Switch, to pre-order day. We don't know when pre-order day is, so like I am very hesitant to be like, okay, fuck me up, put my eyes out. Oh crap, what if the day that I'm under I don't have eyes? What if that's Nintendo Switch 2 day? I can't risk that right now, so I'm holding off for the time being. I don't know about that chaotic oven. MRI machines. Wouldn't it be cheaper to spin the patient? Maybe. Instead of the equipment? I don't know. You'd probably screw up something in their brains, if you're trying to scan their brains would get all dizzy, it'd get confused and such. And by the way, a cool thing about this is, oh crap, I forgot I had to enable widescreen. I thought it was just in widescreen because I enabled that a while ago. Okay, good. That saves, right? We'll have to make sure that we're in widescreen in the future, It's not different from amusement park rides. I don't know. Blood would pool in part of the brain. That might screw up your readings. I'm just saying. Anyway, that'll be coming up. One more thing I want to show. Check this out. I made this yesterday. So for a while now, I've done some big event streams on occasion, right? Done some big event streams, birthdays, subiversary, that sort of thing, where I've had sub goals. And the way Twitch does sub goals is it has a big like overlay that looks like this, right? It has your goal written on it, your progress, your total amount, which is, and also like a thing. There's like a second version of this which you can enable, get, whatever. I've been using this one for the last couple years and don't really care for it for reasons. I think it's a little gaudy, and also I tend to do like multi-goal things where it's like, okay, well, we get one goal, there's another one right after it. And I've done like some custom UI stuff like this where it's like, oh, you know, you see there like every additional goal is another box, and it's a little bit clunky, a little bit ugly. Really would only want to do that for one stream, and you know, even then I feel like it'd be cleaner if I had a cleaner solution. So I did some work and look in that direction. I came up with this. It is a custom sub-tracker thing in the style of the interface from Mario Galaxy. As you may know, the next birthday stream in May is going to be Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, switching between them every 5 lives, so I figured this would be appropriate, and I think it's quite lovely. It is manual, so I will have to like keep count manually, but I think it is less intrusive, less ugly, and I think quite neat. I'm quite happy with it, and I spent a couple hours getting all the like kerning right on all the numbers. It's a slideshow behind the scenes. It's just 100 pictures of combinations of numbers manually put together, and I think it's quite lovely, and I think I'll use it for every sub-goal going forward. And for like what the sub-goal will be, I'm thinking pin that shit in the chat. Pin the next goal in the chat. That's all you need. You don't need it to be on screen. That's gonna be nice and clean and out of the way. And I think that's excellent. Oh, and by the way, if you're curious, here's the comparison between Mario Galaxy on the Switch and these this counter. Little bit lower resolution. I think that they scaled up the UI when they made the Switch port, and no one did a rip of those assets. So I just, you know, I'm using the assets that were ripped from the Wii version. I was about to say GameCube. The low definition version. Really quite thrilled about that. Looking forward to the May 17th birthday stream. That's gonna be a good time, I think. And we'll see how many things we get. I'll say that birthday stream is gonna add additional games. The sub goals for that will be adding additional games to this lineup. So you can see we have 2 left now. I think the birthday stream might add 1 or 2, or who knows. I got a couple I got a couple in mind for ones that can be added, like Donkey Kong 64 or Conquer Live and Reloaded, the Xbox port of Bad Fur Day. Yes, 2 versions of the same game on the list. Also, Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy Color, that's on my list. Well, I'll figure out. I'm thinking like every 5 subs we'll add 1 up to 25, and I think that will be good. I think that'll be lovely. That's gonna be a good thing, and give us some more, extend the life of this random playthrough business. I think maybe depending on how many people subscribe. I need to get rid of some of these files. Let's see now. Get rid of that one. The lowest percentage one, I think. This is like a complete clear game. I don't want to touch that necessarily. Maybe it's not, I'm not sure. But it might be. I'm not sure like where my main file is. But let me look at my watch. It is 2025, so I'll just call it 025. I bet that's how 013 got its name. Did I mention what kind of game Star Fox Adventures was? It's sort of a Zelda-like. There's a little bit of flying, but not a lot. It's mostly a Zelda game. How's the audio and all that? It sounds good. let's jump in here. We got, I'll say, this game starts off with a lengthy prologue, and then you do a bunch of stuff on the planet before you get to the first, like, major floating isle, of which there's 4. I'm not sure how many streams this is gonna take, honestly. This could take, like, a bunch. Let's go! This could take, like, 5 or 4. I don't know. Here we go! It's the game. From the depth of space, a girl named Krystal searches for the truth of her parents' death. That doesn't come up again. She found herself in Lilette's, here to check out the Dinosaur Planet. That is a thing that's probably worth noting about this game. First off, they speak in, Dinosaur. I should get out the way for a minute. 1 second. I'll move up a bit for just a minute. I'll say this game has full voice acting, so before too long, we will have voice acting to hear. How's this, by the way? How do I sound? Okay, let's take it down 1 scotch. How about that? I think this is good. Let's go with this. Excellent. Okay. If you're wondering, pulling down makes me go that up, and, is that how it is in Star Fox 64? I forget, but that's probably right, isn't it? It feels a little weird, but it probably shouldn't do. More facts about this game. It introduced this character that we're playing as now, Krystal, to the series. Krystal is maybe like the most famous part of the game. You know, her character, she's sort of like a... She's sort of like a Leia for the thing. Is this good? Hang on, let me check again. Yeah. It's a little loud, but not louder than me. Okay. She's sort of like a Leia. She dresses up like Leia from Star Wars. You know, like, in the like, slave Leia, you know what I mean? Dresses up like that. And, is well known for that, you know. For being, a very sexy character. Another thing this game is known for is being not what people... Not really a Star Fox game, if I'm being honest, you know? It's like, something that kind of gets, I think, unfairly held against it, considering that it really started development as its own thing. Well, that's not true. It started off as a Diddy Kong Racing 2. Maybe you didn't know that. Started off as Diddy Kong Racing 2, eventually became its own thing with this main character called Randorn, and eventually Miyamoto himself came by and said, like, that guy looks like Fox McCloud, you know? And they said, oh, okay, we'll make it Fox McCloud. They're speaking dinosaur language, don't worry about it. We'll hear English eventually. Dinosaur language is a, is a cipher language, if you know what I mean. It's like a, every letter is exchanged for another letter. And, except for proper nouns, for some reason. So, you know, you'll hear her later in a bit saying, like, Aku o da bay general scales, something like that. I might have even gotten, like, some of those words right. Honestly, It's similar to that, if I recall. I guess not everyone has voice acting, you know, that's just, makes sense as a budget, you know, budgetary thing. Not everyone would have voice acting. That's just logical. You get keys, and you lift them above your head. See what I tell you, this is like a Zelda. A weird thing about it is it uses a real-time menu, which I guess, you know, later Zeldas did have. In fact, shit, now that I think of it, this is very similar to like a Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, Echoes of Wisdom menu system, actually, where you can like scroll through. Hell, this has like 3 tabs, so it's kind of superior to that system. And also you can hotkey something to your Y button at any time. So it's like a better version of the Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild menu system. Ah, hell, I that's interesting to realize. At the time, it was an inferior version of just like, let me map 3 buttons at once. Let me map more than one thing at a time. Maybe let me pause while I access my inventory. But now it's like, arguably a better version of something you see elsewhere in some of the best games of all time. Huh. That's weird. That's weird how, things have gone. That's General Scales. To Ovak, General Scales.
Hiko, Kohud, or Taskuki, Eve Dinosaur Planet.
That's right. The name is called, the planet is called Dinosaur Planet. That's a good line. This whole planet is in distress.
Ahiko ilo kio mudu tadijwi kiaro. Kiok. Ashnio amit hiko kutsash kudok nakivu. Ikianajo.
It's I don't know that's a good policy, but we'll see what happens. You know. You know, he's right. No one has defeated General Scales. I'm pretty sure that's canonical. That's right, what she said. Krystal Palace. I wonder if anything, you get anything if you translate Krystal from dinosaur language into you know, regular reverse the cipher. Probably not. It's just a fun sounding name. You can save at any time. This is nice. This is normal for a Zelda game, actually. It's not that different. Barrels live here. We can talk to the dinosaur, or we can do not. Weird thing I'm realizing now. Why is the key that we got off the ship opening? Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Random doors. A thing that I'm realizing now as I get back into this is that because the C button is spent on the item menu here, we don't have camera control on C. It's just L trigger to adjust the camera, which, you know, at the time, you know, Ocarina, Majora's Mask, those are both games that did that very successfully. You know, wasn't an issue, but Wind Waker, which was after this game, Wind Waker, I do think did it better than this. These aren't dinosaur eggs. They come from the puck birds that are bred just for this tasty snack. Don't worry, it's okay to eat birds. Wait, but birds are also dinosaurs. They are a relative of dinosaurs. They are dinosaur eggs. That's a lie. Wait a minute. Birds being also related. Well, maybe it's different in this world. You know, there's like on the other planets, there's like foxes and like falcons and frogs. You know, maybe the dinosaurs evolved independently entirely of the birds from another planet. I don't know. Does that mean that the birds are aliens? Alien birds? Bred for tasty puck eggs? I don't know. I also don't know what's up with the floating brain heads things with tentacles. What is that? I don't know. Maybe that's a type of dinosaur, just, you know, you don't think about that much, you know, one that we never discovered because it never left any fossils, you know. That's just the true thing about dinosaurs. Most dinosaurs did not fossilize. In some places, it's very hard for anything to fossilize. Yeah, there could have been a floating jellyfish dinosaur. As far as we know, probably not. Probably not. As far as we know, there could have been. That could be real. Not saying it's not. Wait, we should talk to the dinosaurs. I somehow thought the game would make me talk to a dinosaur. So I just walked on. We should say hello. Hello. Yes, I can use X to roll. That's why we don't have two buttons to map things on, because X is roll. Head view! You could use Z to use head view. Do you mean first person view? No, I mean head view. That's what it's called. Head view. And we can use sidestep mode. That's right, it's a Zelda. Anywho, we got the basic idea. This is Krystal Palace. The spirits used to live here, and now they have left. A whole situation. I need to escort a keg into here to proceed. How about we do a card? There's been a whole bunch of stuff happening recently, and suffice to say, I have cards that say on them things I would like to discuss. There's my health up there, by the way. Pretty nice looking health meter, gotta say. Card. How much you think Switch 2 will cost? That's the question of the day. When we'll be able to buy it, and how much will it cost after tariffs? You know, I'll say, part of me is just hoping that somehow an exemption can be made, you know, or those onerous tariffs can be like, oh crap, there was a barrel right behind. There was a barrel right behind this guy. We didn't need to go all the way. Oh well, this saves us our second trip. This is a double dang Pod. A lot of fun names in this. This is a steel keg. It's just a steel keg. Don't worry. It's a normal steel keg. Doesn't have a funny name. People don't name their steel kegs. You want my bets? I would like to think $600, assuming that that Vietnam and Cambodia don't get out of the tariffs through negotiation. Assuming that Nintendo isn't able to get some sort of special, like, come on, man, CEO to CEO, be cool, exception. I'm feeling like 600 is what they could do without, like, this is important. That's right. Living here, defending the temple. That's right. KO. KO is the. Krazoa important. Without Krazoa, bad. My God. It almost sounds like this General Scales. He's destabilizing this whole planet for no reason whatsoever, other than to be a big tough guy. Huh. That's not familiar at all. It sounds like by killing the Krazoa, stealing the Krazoa, the planet's just gonna die. The planet that he lives on. Why would General Scales do that? It's not like people in real life would do the same or worse. Anyway, the Nintendo Switch, I'm hoping for $600. $700, that's probably as high as it can go without it being, weird. Maybe they're waiting for everyone else to say, like, how much they're increasing their prices by, should these tariffs all go through. And, Lord knows they're all going to need to increase their prices, you know. The next iPhone is going to need to be a lot, but I'm feeling like 600. I do think there's an argument that maybe for the sake of installed base, eat the cost for now. You could eat the cost or hope that the tariffs go away, but that's not Nintendo's style. It's gonna be 600, if not 7. And I think a big round number is most likely. That answers that. Ugh. That's, I'll say I've been, like, looking at that whole situation a lot the last few days. It has not changed meaningfully. Well, there's been, like, news around it, but it's like, when are we pre-ordering? Oh, the real bad news is that Canada got lumped in with us. Canada got their pre-orders canceled as well, which, I just feel, sorry about, you know, just, there's no reason it had to be like that. No reason at all. Fucked up. This is a Krazoa trial. We're gonna do some light. This isn't quite a dungeon. This is not a dungeon. These are not dungeons. This is just like some light traversal. And like avoiding fire and things of that nature. But you have to kill this guy in this room. I guess this is kind of like a linear dungeon. Which I can't think of like the equivalent term in like a Zelda to describe that, because You know, I guess you're basically just talking about a cave passage. In a Zelda game, it would just be like a cave passageway that goes to the next area. And maybe a light puzzle on the way. Like, I think of Skyward Sword. And, like, some of the stuff you do on the way to the third dungeon of that. I replayed that game last year. So I remember that part with the mine carts and stuff. That's roughly comparable. Except that hits like an open area midway through. And then, you know, it's all different from there. This is just sort of, you know, do some light puzzles. And these are always kind of just like this. There are, like, dungeons and stuff, I think. Though, I don't really remember, like, how Zelda-y they are, you know? How much you really have to adventure to, like, find your way. Or what? Are there, like, puzzles, or is it just, like, you go from point A to point B? What I'm wondering is, like... Nice water. Is this more of a cameo? Or it's just like, okay, it's more of an action level. Or is this gonna be like Zelda-y? I don't think there's ever a map, so, you know, it's not complicated enough to ever need a map, so maybe that answers a question or two. Somewhat linear, but also kind of Zelda-y. So yeah, each of these trials is a different thing. This is a shell game. Keep an eye on the motherfucker. It's over here. I mean, you could just literally walk. You can literally just, like, track it with your body. You know, with Krystal's body, like this. And, you'll never lose it. This is the first one of these. It's supposed to be easy. So it's not like a big deal or nothing that it is, but... You know... There's some stuff here that works. You know, this is a good solid Zelda type game with some memorable stuff in it. I do think the Krystal trials on the whole. I mean, honestly, I don't remember that many of them. There's like the Test of Fear. I remember that one. That one's kind of infamous. There's some of them that are just like quick time events, or is that the Test of Fear? I forget if the Test of Fear is like Tony Hawk, where it's like, oh, you're balancing a bar, you know, like a balance situation, or if it's just like hit A when you need to. It's something like that, where you're supposed to like pay attention through a goofy cutscene. I don't remember like most of the others. That's right. It has to be released back into the palace. You can see I'm possessed by the Krystal. The Krystal glow with a similar light as these like squid guys. I wonder if they were like related or something. I guess we're just about done with the prologue. That's nice. We've been going like maybe a half hour on the game. That's a decent time. You can see here there's the rest of the temple. And you know, we've been having fun playing as this Krystal lady, who is pretty cool and very fondly remembered. There's someone who has, like, heat vision behind the pillar. Don't worry about them. We released the Krystal spirits. into the wall. It opens its mouth and shoots out a beam of light. Probably best to avoid that beam of light. Would be the safest option. It's you. Must have been General Scales. Surely, probably, definitely General Scales. Right? I'm pretty sure. That's the implication, right? I mean, there's another person it could be, but also that doesn't make sense for reasons that we may discuss at the end of the game when that happens. If you know who I'm talking about, you know, probably figure out, like, reasons why it would be impractical, such as size. Hiding behind a pillar would be hard for certain characters. Yeah, she's trapped in a crystal. She's gonna be like that rest of the game. Hey! Hey, here we go. It's, Star Fox time. We're gonna meet our crew.
That should be it, Rob.
Rob, Slippy, Peppy.
Affirmative. I'll get back to work.
No, Pepper is our general.
Hey, Fox! Isn't this music getting on your nerves?
What's the
I'm trying to work
the
on
rabbit
my
called? It's been too long since I played 64.
Turn it down, Slippy.
Is it Peppy Hair? Pepper Hair?
Hey,
General Pepper is him.
Slippy, it's General Pepper.
General Pepper here. I have a
I
new
forget.
mission for you, Fox. You are approaching Dinosaur Planet, an ancient world on the edge of the Lilat system.
Forgetting his name.
As you will see, chunks of the planet have been torn from its surface. It's your job to get
Yeah,
them
that's a
back.
problem. That's not what you
If
want.
Dinosaur Planet explodes, it could affect the entire Lilat system. The only lead we have is that you must locate the queen of the Earthwalker dinosaur.
Remember when they said that the planet was dying and it was a serious problem? They meant it. Literally, parts are just hanging out in space.
Pepper out.
We're gonna get paid for this.
General, let's do it.
Let's do it. Very serious problem. Don't destabilize the planet for no reason. That's, my advice. Maybe it's a negotiating tactic. You know, maybe if like, King Earthwalker comes to the table and, makes a free trade agreement that already exists, maybe General Scales will play it easy, you know, make it cool. You know, put the Krazoa spirits back so that the goddamn planet can stop falling apart. Literally. Literally the part that General Scales lives on. Like, his main base is out here floating in space. Maybe he's cool with it. Maybe he's just like, man, fuck it, I got a fucking impregnable fortress now because I've destabilized the planet. It's kind of worked out well for me, even if, like, you know, no one else enjoys being like an asteroid. Maybe y'all should just chill. And what happens, happens. Maybe if the planet explodes, this particular chunk will just float away and be happy. Not that one, this one. We'll see what happens in this game as we play it, but first we gotta fly down.
General Pepper here. Your
Too
mission
soon,
takes
too
place on
topical.
Thorntail Hollow. Locate the queen of the Earthwalker tribe. She
God,
will
I
be
didn't
your
realize.
Pepper out.
I didn't realize that connection until I started playing. It is a metaphor. It is a simile. It is similar. Let's play the shooting mission. Hey, it's Star Fox. How you know Star Fox? This is how the game, you know, how the Star Fox section starts, with a little bit of flying. That's right. It's Star Fox ass Star Fox. That is correct. You fly around, you go through like rings, you can hit the triggers to do a barrel roll. Bombs exist. They put together a competent version of this. I'm okay, Luigi. How you doing? You have to get a certain amount of golden rings to pass this challenge, to pass this gameplay. Wise! Don't worry, we only need one and we got it, so we're good. Can you accelerate and brake? I don't know, and I didn't try. And we got through, so, high score! Woo! I got a high score! Beat my high scores for this segment that I have probably played 4 times on this memory card, maybe. Maybe 5. I don't know. It's not important. That's it for... That's it for, like, Star Fox stuff. We're descending upon Dinosaur Planet, Thorntail Hollow here, and this is what the game is actually going to be. That flying section, hey, thank you for the follow, CJed Knight. That flying section, that's like one of 5 flying sections in the game, and they're all about that long. That's right, this game does not take place in space. This game
Great flying, Fox.
takes place on Dinosaur Planet.
Gonna make it.
Very funny, sir.
I know. Now, on to business. By pressing the start button, you will open your communicator.
That's right, and you can talk to your friends.
And then press the A button
Or
to
save.
contact one of us. Each team member will give you different information.
They give you like hints.
Tested in action, so give it a try as soon as I finish. And don't forget, you're looking for the Queen Earthwalker. Try talking to those Thorntail.
They really don't.
Slippy is preparing a translator device, but until it's ready, he'll translate for you.
Okay, General. But what about a weapon? Why couldn't I bring my blaster?
Why couldn't I bring my blaster? I feel like that's a line people think about.
This mission is
It's probably
about
not.
saving the planet, not blowing
Why
it up.
couldn't I bring my blaster?
Different tactic. Try using your head.
That's a line that like justifies this whole game gameplay-wise, because you don't have a gun and you never get like just a gun. Instead, immediately after talking to General Scales and hearing him go like, this is a peace mission, my god. Come on, man. Don't be serious. You go to the right and you find the first solid implement that you could find. And you learn how to swing it about. Wait, he can't... I'm just realizing Fox does not speak Dinosaur Planet ease at this point. This is all going right over his head. The translator is not working. This is Dinosaur Planet language that you just heard. That's the language of the Dinosaur Planet. This game has a day-night cycle. It has the staff, which, as you saw in the cinematic thing, you can swing around real good. Dinosaur language is just like a cipher, you know? You take some letters and you mix them around. These bugs are money. They're scarab beetles. Look for different colors. And, you know, you'll use them to buy goods and services. Yes! Topical. Again. As far as, Luigi, you asked if they could lower the price. I discussed earlier. I think the price is gonna go up, considering that tariffs are a thing. You understand that tariffs are a thing, right? Everyone should understand that, tariffs drive the price up. Because, you know, there's a tax on them, basically. Nintendo Switch 2s are being taxed. Something like a, you know, something like a 50% tax rate, basically. So, we'll be lucky if we can pay $600 for them at this point. As far as games go, price of that was always gonna go up eventually. Get a bundle. Get a bundle with the Switch 2. You know, get one of the bundles that includes, Mario Kart World, and so long as you, so long as it's, you know, doesn't change. So long as the difference between the SKUs doesn't change. Should be like a $50 difference. Who can say? I mean, I think that part won't change. I think that part won't change, but who knows? Who fucking knows? So yeah, you can explore, climb up on stuff, and, you know, do things. Don't know why I'm going this way. It's not like... I have the ability to hit a switch. Okay. I don't have to, like, unlock that or something. That would be a bit silly, perhaps. One thing I'm realizing is this is, like... This world is connected in so far as, like, GameCube games could be. You know, in which there's, like, a corridor, and, you know, you come through a narrow corridor, and here you are in a new area. You know, there's not, like, loading screens, per se, other than when you're going to space and stuff. You know, which is funny to think about because, you know, nowadays, this is pretty weak as far as, like, open world stuff goes. You know, like a corridor, but literally this is how they had to do it in the GameCube era, and for its time, it was pretty damn impressive. If I can, I'm getting a Switch 2 on day one. Definitely a matter of, like, you know, if the pre-orders sell out before I can get my hands on one, you know, what are you gonna do? But I'm going to be trying my best to lock one down, for sure, for sure. Why am I walking to Lightfoot Village? I mean, I didn't realize you could just literally go to, like, areas like this before you even met, before you even know what's going on. You arrive on the planet and just starts, like, wandering around and beating up, guys with clubs. Even before they've attacked you, even. I mean, to be fair, if you give them a moment, they will oblige, but you know. I don't have enough scarabs. Why was that in English? Did whoever runs that booth know that, like, oh, you're not from around here and your translator's not working. Here, let me get you the, English version of the menu. Maybe the Sharp Claws, or whoever, I guess it would be the Lightfoots. Maybe they're more accommodating of, like, tourists. I mean, people have been to Dinosaur Planet after the events of Dinosaur Planet. Maybe there is some tourism to Dinosaur Planet. Some things don't make sense, and you shouldn't worry about them. While we're just wandering here, let's get back. Here's my next card. Do y'all hate rage bait? I'll say. I feel like this is related to some of the conversations going around, videos going around, things of that nature, and I'll say, personally, I just don't care for any of that business, any of that, like, consternation. you know, that sort of business. Let me get somewhere with nice music, and then I'll show some images. I do like an emulator now and again. With the Nintendo Switch 2 news, there's been a whole lot of that, and I'll say I'm just not a big fan of it. You know, I'm scrolling around the YouTube, right, and I'm seeing thumbnails like this. You know, I'm not buying Switch 2, angry face, and I just go like, okay, well that's, you know, your decision. I am though. Thumbnails like this. Is it even fun? Which, yes. Yes, it's fun. It's Mario Kart. Journalists have had hands-on. They say it's very fun. Dan Reichert was talking about this the other day. He got hands-on, said it was fantastic. Said that one thing that's really cool about it, in particular, is that when you're, like, queuing up for a match, instead of just, like, staring at a bunch of Mii's on the world now, you just drive around the world and explore. And, like, another journalist, I believe it was Jason O'Schreier or something, he found, like, a UFO and was driving the UFO for a bit. That's great. Man, what the hell? Let me say this straight up. I am buying a Switch 2. I am buying it on day one, and I will buy it no matter what cost it ends up being. I know whose fault that is, and I do think that fella is a big old asshole. You know, a big old dumbass piece of shit who is destabilizing everything for no reason, and I wish he would stop that. But I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna buy it, and I'm gonna have a great time, and Tour's gonna be great. Bonanza's gonna be great. Better versions of games is gonna be great. You know, stable running versions without the frame rate issues that have blighted them for ages now. It's gonna be pretty good. It's gonna be pretty good. Again, I am buying Switch 2. That's right. So are a lot of people, I think. I imagine pre-orders might sell out like that. So, like, you know, get in there. And I'll say, this Switch 2 is probably going to be the platform for the next 5 years. Maybe even the next 8 years. So, like, man, eventually they'll have a Switch 2 Lite. You know, give it a year or two, they'll drop the price to, like, you know, 400, 350 maybe, 400 with a bundle, let's say, and with Mario Kart included, and I think maybe then everyone will feel good about it, you know, that didn't get in up front. Don't worry, give it time. You know, you don't want to be in the first wave. That's fine. More Switch 2s for me. That's my thought there. I hate that that rage bait stuff, you know. I see those videos, I'm just like, man, just don't show me this person again. Or you know, sometimes I feel like, that's unfair. Just I'm not interested. You know, I do one or the other, and the YouTube algorithm just isn't smart enough to go like, you like Nintendo games, and talking and watching stuff about Nintendo games, so why don't you like these guys yelling about Nintendo games and being angry about it? Like, well, I just find all that stuff to be very cheap and, like, not especially, you know, informed often. It's cheap heat. It's cheap heat. That's what it is. It's cheap heat. I feel like I like the more measured responses, you know, and the likes of, like, you know, Jeff Grubb, other journalists who are able to look at this and go like, you know, hey, this is why it is. This is why that price makes sense. I am genuinely excited. Yes. This is why that price happened. You know, regards to tariffs, regards to this instability, with some regard to, like, other factors. the price of manufacture, the fact that Nintendo always takes a cut. I mean, they said, like, Nintendo in interviews has said that the margins, there are margins on this thing, like, before tariffs, but they are slim, which, you know, just say, like, hey, this is an expensive piece of hardware. This is about comparable with, like, a Stream Deck, and do you know how much a Stream Deck costs? About the same. It costs about the same, all told. Right? Or is it like 300 or so, 400 or whatever? Stream Deck is also pretty new. A Stream Deck... Oh, Steam Deck, sorry. Stream Deck is the hotkey thing that I have. I don't have a Steam Deck. An OLED Steam Deck will run you $600. An older one, something like $400. $800 from Best Buy if you want an Asus ROG Ally. A Valve Steam Dark from Target is $490. A Valve Steam Deck OLED 1 terabyte. I don't know what's going on there, but that one's $6. It seems to me like that's about comparable with a Steam Deck. Yeah, in fact, it's a little bit cheaper, isn't it? And it's going to have exclusives. It seems to have really good stats, really good top-of-the-line hardware. I don't see the problem here. Honestly, $500, I'm fine with that. I think that's a reasonable price. And I'll say it is exactly what I paid for the Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5, which I played a whole lot less. My PlayStation 5, I played it like 4 times, you know. Astrobot, Astro's Playroom, Astrobot are like 2 of those. And like the Spider-Man game, which I, you know, not as big a fan as most. Nice. That is a good short with the Rubik's Cube, yeah. I do like that sandwich cube a good deal, continuing to mess with that on occasion. We're getting an ability here. That's what's happening. How do you feel about using different cubes? I don't really collect, like, ones that are the same type, really, you know, other than... You know what I mean, where it's like, okay, this is like the GAN whatever. This is like a 3x3 with magnets or, like, fancy features or whatever. I'm fine just, like, having one cube of any given type, but I absolutely have, like, tons of different varieties of cubes, you know, like, pyromorphics, various sizes. Shape mods of every sort. I like to just collect a whole bunch of different puzzles that are every one of those substantially different. Now we have a projectile, by the way. I'll say a thing about it, which is that it is kind of a bootsy projectile, you know? It's not like arrows where you can L target. Actually, no, I think that's not true. I think we get into combat, we can L target all we want. I believe that Mario Maker 3 is like a year out, yeah. You know, there was some rumor, actually, that, like, on some extended screen of, like, some, like, extended screen of, like, additional games that will receive additional updates over time, there was apparently Mario Maker in that, like, screen. Not named, but, like, a screenshot of it, you know, which, does suggest that Mario Maker eventually will maybe get a mouse update for Mario Maker 2 specifically. Though maybe not at launch. But maybe. Makes sense. I don't think this was a leak. Press people were saying there was some place where it was mentioned on like Jeff Grubb's news show or something. Or, I forget where I heard it. I watched a couple of, like, you know, journalist, Nintendo Switch 2 impression-type videos, like the Bombcast Revengeance, where, Dan Dan Reichert was talking about his time with it. Okay, we can't talk to the warp stone yet. Eventually we'll talk to the warp stone, don't y'all worry. Also, we'll go inside the shop. Yeah, this is Dinosaur Planet. Everyone's a dino. Except for some of the enemies who are just like, I don't know, like dinosaurs that time forgot. I guess. I mean, there had to be like all sorts of small scale dudes, right? A bigger wallet would be nice.
Are you okay? My name is Fox McCloud.
Queen
and
Earthwalker.
you must be the Queen Earthwalker.
No lurud no kadu ve uwe moje Prince Tricky keog roots of kehot ro
Prince Tricky. Sharp claws.
Ice Mountain.
Ice Mountain.
You've got to go to the Ice Mountain and rescue her son, the Prince Tricky.
Thank you.
Nice name. Okay, lady, I'll bring your son.
Good
back.
reaction.
Can you give me some directions?
It is a good name. We're free now to go see the warp stone.
Owe mish weki keo warpstone. Kutso kutsoj wok.
This is a good scene.
Sojod owe keo.
You've got to talk to that big stone guy. She called him a warp stone.
That's all I need to know. I'll be back soon, Queen. Don't you worry.
Fox's reaction to Slippy, just like, ah,
Did you finish that translator?
jeez.
It's nearly
Just
done,
like
Bob.
yelling in my
I
ear
just need a bit
type
more
thing.
time. Slippy out.
Let's go talk to the warp stone, who has a famous line. It's not a famous line. I think it's a famous line. It's really not, though. Really not a famous line now, is it? I am buying a Nintendo Switch. I'm pretty excited about it, yeah. This guy. Oh, okay, he's out of the way. Good. A bomb spore. No problem. You do what you gotta do. Everyone does what they gotta do. We will have fun. Let's talk to the warp stone, but I'll say we do actually need to, go get something for him before he can help us out. We go up to him now. Hit the A button.
Nobody ever brings me gifts anymore.
He says that. You can have him say that as many times as you want.
Nobody ever brings me gifts anymore.
Nobody ever brings me gifts anymore. Yes, that's right. That's what he says. Have we enjoyed that sufficiently? Yes, probably. I mean, I do think nobody ever brings me gifts anymore is like one of the top 5 lines of dialogue people might remember from this game. We're heading into the shop where we will find another one of those, an entry higher on that list of dialogue lines. In fact, maybe the other 4 entirely. Maybe all of them. Not like the introduction,
Welcome to my store.
but you'll see.
Feel free to look at the many wonderful items within these walls. I have food, special goods, and many maps. And if you like to play games, then enter
Ugh.
Garaboo. Yes.
I need a bigger wallet.
And that's the exit.
Okay. Thanks.
Now, if you find something that you like, then choose that item and we'll discuss a price. Is that clear?
Well,
Good. Now, hurry and choose something. Or get out.
Yeah. The shopkeeper and this whole thing is like low-key one of the more iconic parts of this game. Can I buy a bigger wallet? Is that how it works? Kind of would like
Take a look.
a bigger wallet. Maybe that's something that the game just like parcels out naturally. I really don't remember how you get a bigger wallet. How's that all work out? Seems like some amount of these like later game items are just like in the shop and just gotta know like okay, go buy them eventually. Oh, also
You pay this much.
there's one of the big lines. I actually don't want that map. Let's discuss that on something that we want. That's one of the most iconic lines in this game. That one has to be number 1. I think you pay this much. That's number 1. Now, once we actually decide on something, we'll see number 2. We can buy energy cells, and energy cells are an important collectible for the purposes of unlocking the next trip, the next like flight, basically. I think we probably just get wallets naturally. I think you get them in the store. The only thing we can really afford right now is rock candy. Okay, listen.
You pay this much.
Iconic line number 1.
No, that's too low.
Iconic line number 2.
No, that's too low.
That's number 2 again.
No, I don't need business from cheapskates. Get out.
Thought 8 was pretty reasonable.
You pay this much.
That was number 2.
No, that's too low.
9?
No, that's too low.
Very hard. You drive a hard bargain.
Okay, I'll sell it to you.
That's probably iconic line number 3. Okay, I'll sell it to you. And sometimes haggling works, I'll say. It's just, I guess with this tutorial purchase. This is a very tasty rock. Good for a souvenir. I'm gonna bring this back to about to say Lilat. Bring this back to Lilat, Corneria. There we go. Bring this back to Corneria and, you know, give it to Falco. Fox doesn't have, like, a son and never will. They should, if they ever bring back Star Fox, they should have it be like a big time jump and just say like, yeah, you know, spoilers, but Krystal is in the rest of the series. Just go ahead and did they get together? I don't even remember if they're like canonically together.
Nobody ever brings me gifts
Actually, Command has like a bunch of canon endings, doesn't it? That like go into the future. That game's not good. Command. A lovely sweetie. That's us.
Who dares bother the mighty Warpstone?
If you didn't notice, maybe the bagpipes will help clue you in. The Warpstone is Scottish.
Well, can you help us?
Help you? No.
But you're a Warpstone. You're supposed to help.
Right. Let's see if I can remember what
Warpstone.
I'm supposed to do. Okay. Now, if you push left on the control stick, then I'll send you to one of those Warpstone thingies.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that in a minute.
Warpstone
And if you
is
push forward on the
odd.
control stick, then you can enter the maze. Now this one's a bit special. When you have collected a Krazoa spirit, then push
Right, we'll get
on
you to the
control
temple.
stick, and I'll send you to Krazoa Palace.
So,
You know what I do.
fun fact
So
about
hurry up and
Krazoa.
make your choice.
About the
Press
Warpstone.
B so I can get back to sleep.
There's 3 places he can send you. You can do the Gamewell Maze, which is later in the game. It's not important now. There is Ice Mountain, which is the one thing you can teleport to ever. And then there's Krazoa Palace, which, okay, fair. That's gonna come out of a lot because there's like 6 or 7 Krazoa spirits. Total maybe. Maybe there's like 5 or 6 in the game that you have to do. I don't know how many there are total. He's just here. He just has a hand for the first area you go, and that's it. Just Ice Mountain. You'll never have to go there again. We will never go again to Ice Mountain after this first trip, but it's always on the menu. And you could always end up there. You can always just warp back, of course, as well. I feel like part of me wonders, like, how he ended up being a thing. You know, if like, originally he was warping you around to more places than just 3. I mean, this game, low-key, could use a fast travel system sometimes, you know. Sometimes it's a bit of a walk to get back from one area to the next, you know. It's like, I'm at the Moon Fortress, whatever. I need to get back and hang out at Thorntail Hollow now. I could use a ride. There isn't one. Also, I'll say the Warp Stone kind of feels like a Conker's Bad Fur Day character to me, except not at all crude. Just a little bit like, you reminded me. I forgot I had a job to do. You know, he's a little bit like, neglectful, I guess? In a way that I don't know anyone else in the game is. Yeah, a little bit Conker vibes? I don't know. Little bit. Ice Mountain. You know, we got a lot of cards here, folks. I haven't gone through most of them. But hey, this is a cutscene. We probably shouldn't do them right now. But, like, we got, like, an action sequence in a minute. I'll say with the cards, definitely hesitate, as I'm not sure, like, you know, when there's gonna be a good moment. Minute, 10 minutes of downtime, or, like, a time where we don't have anything really to talk about, but there is something to talk about in the next couple of minutes here. Wait. Do we see the spaceships that those guys have? These guys have spaceships and like weird pirate ship looking things. Maybe that's like their retro ship, you know? It's like, okay, well, we got our proper ass spaceships because we do live in a, you know, a space-bound society. You know, all the other planets are spacey. We know that there was a whole situation recently with a fella named of Andros. If you don't know who Andros is, he recently caused some trouble in the late 90s for everyone who lives in the Lilat system. That was 7 years ago at this point, so, you know, it's kind of the past. Now this is the past as well. This is like the middle of the aughts. Not even the middle. This is like 02, you know, Fox McCloud. It's at this point, you know, we're talking about recessions and like destabilizations, you know, in like world orders. Fox McCloud hasn't seen the 08 recession yet at this point in the timeline, you know. This is well before that. You know, at this time, the economy's looking pretty good. You know, people are getting some unsafe loan and stuff, but whatever. Enough said. How do I get that guy to destroy this thing for me? I feel like that's the gimmick here. That might not be the gimmick. Maybe that's not the gimmick. We have to go through this gate, right? You know what? We should do a save and talk to oh, there is a world map. It shows like all the places.
This is your current position.
It is a little bit hard to like parse, I think.
You're not
And like the
finished here yet,
relative
Fox. If you're stuck, contact Slippy.
the relative like locations of everything isn't entirely like clear.
Scanners.
You know, it's hard to see like the paths between places with this particular
Scanners indicate that
map.
this is your current position. Keep going.
Status. There's your status screen. Very much a Zelda type thing.
Slippy here. Got yourself stuck in... Oh.
Okay, let's discuss. We have to deal with that cannon. Looks kind of like we have to make the cannon blow up the things. Can I just like shoot these things? Okay, we used up all our ammo and no. I'll say, parts coming up here, I remember being very annoying. Very annoying parts coming up. Keep that in mind.
Show me 20 scarabs, and I'll
Don't
give
have
you
that
a
much
cheap
money.
token.
I think the well is just to like deposit those cheat tokens, which, to be honest, I don't remember if they matter at all. That might be an optional thing. I don't remember what cheats you get in this game. If any. Hey, buddy, open the thing for me. Let me in. Oh. What did Slippy say?
Hi, Fox. It's Slippy. Seems like you need some help.
Maybe you and your staff can discuss releasing Tricky with them. Okay. I don't know if I can shoot through this. It's worth a shot. Parts of this game can be confusing. Never said they wouldn't be. Oh, here we go. It's just look around. I mean, I guess that's on me not looking around well enough. Not knowing I would look for a particular thing. Now that we find it, it seems quite obvious. Quite simple. Also, by the way, you can sometimes hit your... You can fire your gun mid-combat. It's nice. Automatically locks on and stuff. Oh. That cannonball is still going. That cannon. Now, here comes the... Perhaps... one of the few, like, remnants of, say...
Pick on someone your own size.
Of, like, the Diddy Kong racing parts of this game.
Fox McCloud, lead pilot of the Star Fox team. I've come to take the prince back to his home.
Hey, why are you running off? That...
Wait!
I mean... I was going to ask, you know, why was Fox so annoyed at the end of the sequence, but looking back on this, like, yeah, no, totally. If Tricky had just stayed put, we could have beaten up those two guys like lickety-split, and it'd be fine. Instead, we have to do this, like, driving minigame. Which, by the way, if you lose, you're gonna have to try again. That's all there is to it. You have to get ahead of these guys and stay ahead. There's some good ways to do it. Like, if you get ahead of them, like, at all, you could, you know, get ahead of them once, stop in a cave like that where they can't get by, and just like wait for them to kill themselves on your butt. But that's reliant on you being able to get ahead of them, which might take a couple tries, or maybe I'll do it easily, effortlessly. Let's find out. We passed one of those guys. Just have to pass the other. Clearly not past him. Clearly, I think I saw him. There's the other guy. Fuck. Yeah, that's how I remember this happening quite a few times. You know, obviously, I'll say this is no like I'll say this is no like boost ball guardian as far as like difficulty goes, but like this is a point where some might absolutely rage out. Let's take this opportunity to do a card. Did you hear about economic devastation? That's right. Oh, right, I have to hit A to accelerate and hold it down. Okay, we'll do that. Did you hear about economic devastation? Things are bad out there right now. Not just in terms of like, well, we're all being taxed pretty heavily on a lot of our basic needs, so long as, you know, those include things from other countries, which a lot of them do. But also insofar as, like, the stock market is collapsing. That is wiping out, like, all sorts of progress, all sorts of, like, you know, relative gains, all that crap. And that's not pretty. You know, I'll say, like, looking at this crap, I have been quite cross and quite, like, annoyed at the man up top, just thinking about what it'll cost me, you know, like, crap, this is gonna cost me, like, a few $100s on my Switch 2, and, you know, probably a fucking half, I don't know how much extra on my iPhone, you know, on my iPhone 17 when I re-up that, which I am due for. I'm due for a new iPhone. I'm not gonna get the 16. I upgrade when it's brand new. I upgrade with a new one at the first opportunity to get one. It's not time for that yet. Open a pack? I could do. I have a lot of hourglasses saved up. Let me finish talking about... We'll open a pack as a reward for getting down Ice Mountain Rock Party. That's the thing that's sort of like, I realized as I was talking about that, just like, man, this is gonna cost me a few $100. You know, like, anyone who has like a 401k, which admittedly I do, you know, probably has lost more than a couple $100 on all the economic devastation, you know, the stock market and all that. Oh, hang on, time for cheese, time for cheese. Yeah, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you both! Yes, yes! Alright, get fucked! We now just have to finish the race. See that? That's what you gotta do. You gotta get ahead and cheese them on a bottleneck like that. Cheese them on a bottleneck like that. Works every time. Unless they were to kill you like that, but we have plenty of health. Let's fucking go. Ooh. Third try. Third try's pretty good. I'll take third try. Yeah, things are nasty out there for people with money in banks or investments or whatever, man. It's like, you know, hundreds of dollars is what the tax is going to cost us just in terms of the big electronics. But it could cost someone like tens of thousands as far as like investments go, you know, 401ks go, which is a good deal nastier than just a couple $100. All the more reason to get things on track. This is a good scene. This is a memorable scene.
I can't understand.
Listen to what he says.
Hot spring, or you'd be frozen by now.
Why, you little...
Hey, I wouldn't if I were you. My dad's a king earthwalker.
In retrospect, I've been thinking about this scene a little bit. In retrospect, I don't know why Fox has to do the "why you little Homer Simpson" there, because like what Tricky said was true. You are lucky it was a hot spring.
She'll be just fine. But we need to get you home.
Like, it's a big snowy mountain. You don't want to swim in a big snowy mountain, typically. Unless it were to be a hot spring like this one. You are right, Tricky. I guess this does position him as, like, the Bart Simpson to your Homer. Which I guess is a weird comparison, you know? Fox McCloud as Homer Simpson. I don't know anyone else has ever... Well, surely someone hearing that line must have made that... had that thought before, but... Very different character, Fox McCloud, Homer Simpson. I said I would open a pack. Let me open a pack. As a thing. There we go. Let's get it up, and we'll open that for you, Rock Party. I'll say, like, you know, the tariffs have other big effects other than like what they do to big companies. You know, like as far as what they do to big companies, like yeah, Nintendo and and Apple are being hit super hard, but you gotta also consider that there's a lot of companies that like depend on China to make their products viable, you know? Like, I saw... Apparently, I don't know if it was the CEO or someone associated, but, like, someone at Retro Tank was saying, like, oh, geez, you know, I don't think that without Chinese production, the Retro Tank is a viable product. And if you don't know the Retro Tank, it's an HD scaler. It's an SD scaler. It takes, you know, low definition footage and scales it up to HD in a way that is sharp and attractive. You know, I don't have one of those. I have a $10 set, but you know, you can spend upwards of $1,000 to get a really good Retro Tank, and you know, some like games media people have, you know, and the footage captured off that looks really great, and Lord, if it doesn't fill me with temptation. And just thinking like, oh my God, that's... I don't know if that's a profitable business after tariffs, you know, the analog pocket, the analog 64, that whole thing. I pre-ordered the controller for that. Is that going to get hit by tariffs too? Am I going to have to like pay extra for my analog controller? Is there even going to be an analog 64 controller? Nothing. Big old goose egg. And that happens a lot of the time, you know? Like, shit, even companies that I feel like are just unrivaled in their space, like Elgato, as far as capture hardware goes, like, are they going to be able to turn a profit off, like, you know, whatever streamers are out there buying capture equipment when... Tricky, you're coming? Are they going to be able to make a profit off capture equipment? Things of that nature. Green screens, you know, the Stream Deck. Things like that when they have to charge twice as much and get literal pennies. Especially now where, like, you know, as of today, the tariffs are up to 100%. So literally...
I'm feeling real tired.
We need to feed this guy mushrooms. This is a big part of this game. Literally, these companies are gonna have to double their prices. And like, that's not feasible. They were lucky to find a niche, find an audience, and be able to sell their excellent products for like the high prices that they had, you know. and now they'll have to like double them, and that's not gonna work. You know, like as much as we talk about the Nintendo Switch and Nintendo and Apple, they're not the ones that are gonna go out of business because of the tariffs. You know, they're not even going to like. They're not even going to like leave the gaming space, right? Leave the phone space. Like, no, there'll be an iPhone 17, there'll be an iPhone 18, there'll be an iPhone 19. There will continue to be an iPhone every year. You know, there'll be Nintendo Switch 2. There will be games coming out on it. It will be the platform, and they will be raking it in. Like, a lot of those smaller companies are just gonna go kaput. And, find. He can dig. Important thing here.
Look at this.
Now we need to tell him to stay. Stay on the Switch. There's a little bit of puzzle solving with your tricky friend, which I guess is pretty unique. Hey, you know, how many other games have like a companion like this where you can order around to solve puzzles like this? Actually, quite a couple. Wind Waker famously has the command melody in like 3 of its dungeons, and you know, companions that go with that. Quite a few actually. But still, it's cool. That thing in like the 60 in like Ocarina or Majora's Mask? I don't think so. You can only say it's new as far as that's concerned. So he needs food to do his like action. So you need to feed him grubs every time, mushrooms every time he does an ability, and he will get more abilities. That is one of our Zelda types of items that we're gonna get over the game. It's not good out there, and I'm very worried, and I'm hoping that, you know, it does seem like some countries are just saying like, listen, we didn't pick this fight. What the fuck? What do you need to get this all to go away, you know? And honestly, that might include Cambodia and Vietnam. I saw that like Vietnam was like, yeah, sure, you want us to buy things from you? We'll buy some military jets. How about that? How's that fix you? If you do that, are you gonna like be good? And if they do that and if it's good, then like Nintendo might be in the clear. You know, if Cambodia also secures some sort of deal, then Nintendo might be in the clear. But, you know, they can't rely on that. And, you know, part of it is just the instability, right? Like the fact that literally tomorrow, literally like a month from now, after a new deal is put into place, you can't trust the man who came up with this thing. You can't trust him to be like, okay, we're good forever. You know, next month he might be like, okay, what else you got? And like businesses hate instability, so like the tariff price of the Nintendo Switch 2 might just have to be the price. You know, we might be stuck here. We might be fucked, really, truly. I don't know. It's bad out there. Not great. I'll say. How did Tricky get so far ahead of us? Tricky, gotta not do that. There's like some weird combos in this game that you can pull, where like you hold the stick in a direction, and it does like a It does like a whole
Just leave the short
thing.
claws to me.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hey, Fox, if ever you need me to come back, you just use my heal command, and I'll be right with you, okay?
That's right, we got a heal command. So here we basically just have to, like, uproot some stuff. I think we need to find, like, a bunch of roots to feed to a big guy. In fact, let's talk to him. Talk to Big Mammoth Man. Ah, jeez, it's nighttime. The Big Mammoth Man is sleeping. Okay, you know what? We're gonna start digging. He will wake up eventually, and then we'll talk to him. And we'll get, like, the exposition we need to know, like, okay, we're going after, roots. Some nice big roots for them to eat. In the meantime, why don't I pop a card and talk about it?
Fine.
Seriously, though, like, regardless of all that, I'm looking forward to the Switch 2. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. I'm gonna get a Switch 2. I'll say it now, I'll say it again. I'm gonna buy a Switch 2, whatever happens. I'm excited for it. It's gonna be great. Mario Kart is looking fantastic. I really love what they've done with it. You know, it's an ambitious thing, and I feel like it is just the perfect answer to, like, how do you follow up on the Mario Kart game that had literally every track in it? And the answer is, you just don't remake Mario again. You don't just make another Mario Kart. You make a different Mario Kart. One that's, very different in nature. And I think they nailed it. I think it is a very exciting thing that they've, put together.
Fine.
I think it's a very exciting thing that they put together, and I'm really curious, like, how that's gonna turn out. I want to explore that world, find things, etc. Donkey Kong, of course, another big highlight. I at first wasn't sure about it. This is another upgrade. Is this the jump? Is this like the shock jump? Just a little energy meter increase. Okay, cool. No big deal. I feel like that's just gonna be like a Mario Odyssey type game, and I'm really curious, like, what the scope of that is, right? Whether it has, like, as many worlds as Mario Odyssey, as many collectibles as Mario Odyssey, as many, like, you know, I'm wondering if it's of similar length, like, all told when you 100% it. I'm wondering, like, I have a lot of questions about that game, and I'm very excited to find out and get into it, and, like, you know, I'll say, like, the first time I play that game is gonna be... I'm gonna be on vacation when it comes out, so I'm gonna try to stream that from the road, from the beach house, as it were. We'll see what happens. If the internet allows, maybe I'll pre-record locally and then just upload it if, like, the internet is not good enough to support a stream. Suppose that's a possibility. We'll see what happens. I'm really just excited most of all for a Nintendo Switch that has good performance. That isn't going to have, like, third-party games that look like ass. You know, third-party games are going to be able to come out on the Switch too and be mostly comparable with them. You know, third-party games, you know, you might say, like, well, third-party games that only support PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X, they will never be able to come to the Switch too. But, like, it's gonna be about or more so powerful than a PlayStation 4. And I don't know if you noticed, but the PlayStation 4 was not abandoned. That console generation is still being supported because the games that they're making now can very easily be scaled down to 1080p, performance mode, whatever, to, like, Xbox One / PlayStation 4 hardware. The Switch 2 is going to be a very good machine, just as far as, like, you know, in ways that the Switch 1 just couldn't be, because it was not quite good enough. This is quite good enough. You know, this will, I think we need 3 of them. Let's talk to the guy and confirm.
I'm too hungry to talk to strangers.
Okay, buddy, I got what you need. How about one alpine route? Oh, one is maybe it's just one.
I tell you what, young'un, I'll help you out. Here you are, my boy.
Oh,
this
there we go.
is a scarab bag. By collecting scarabs,
I got
you'll
it.
be
I
able
already
to buy
bought
many
some stuff.
useful items.
I already bought some stuff with scarabs. I'm good. I understand. It's money. Oh, he went to sleep. Wait, that's it? I thought he was the way that we got home. So what are we doing then? What do we do then if not, I can shoot into a hole and kill some guy that was in there. That's nice. I got another alpine route. I feel like I gotta feed him another alpine route. He went to bed though, so I guess I'll finish my thoughts on like the Nintendo Switch 2. It's exciting. Being able to play Hitman on the Switch portably on my couch. That just sounds lovely, you know. I think the Xbox Series X is perfectly good. And, you know, if I was a PlayStation person, I would say that the PlayStation 5 is perfectly good. But it's my third. It's the third of 3 platforms, you know, so I only play it for exclusives. I don't mind the Xbox, you know, and I'm glad that Game Pass comes with so many high-quality games, you know? But, like, we need to, like, talk to him, and he's gonna get that spout to stop spouting. And then we'll be able to move it around and climb up there. That's the ticket. Okay. Talk to him in the morning. I'm really excited for it to be my main console and to give up the Xbox as much as I can, you know, and, you know, thing that's inconvenient about the Xbox is you have to change the channel for it. You have to, like, change the input. You have to do a bunch of stuff with switchers to get it onto the TV, you know, assuming you have, like, your other stuff on the TV. I always have my PC on my TV just by default, and I have to do some nonsense to get back to the Xbox. It's always too much of a hassle, you know. That's why it's much easier to just pull the Switch out, play a Switch game, you know. No problem at all. Not complicated, not a hassle, and excited to be able to play top quality games on the Switch. I feel like the Switch 2 is a device without limits. You know, like, it'll be able to handle, like, everything short of Astrobot, which isn't being made for, you know, is a PlayStation exclusive anyway. No one else is making anything that really, like, pushes things as far as Astrobot does. It's just not good,
Bring me another route, and I'll see.
Yeah, there we go. We
what I
need
can
another
do.
route. It's just not good business. There we go. There's our second route, and we'll get the block. It's an exciting thing. The Nintendo Switch 2. I'll say, we're making excellent pace so far. We're like 2 hours in, and we have basically gotten through this whole ice area. I feel like we're about to get out of here, actually. Once we get out of here, not too much longer after that, we're heading to the ice area, the ice floating rock, which, you know, at this rate, I feel like I think this is how we have to do tonight. We have to go to the ice fortress. We have to go to the ice rock thing, and we gotta do it. We gotta do it. We gotta get it done. And then next time we'll deal with, like, the back on solid Earth, you know, back on Dinosaur Planet stuff, and maybe get to the second one of those, If we could do one floating rock per stream, then we could be done in 4 streams. I'm not sure like how much stuff is really between each individual like Sky Island, but looks like we're in a good we're gonna make good time. It's like shouldn't be that much of a to-do between each of them. I'll also say, you know, it has not been said that David Wise composed this game. Don't fall in the water. Lucky it's a hot spring. Lucky the previous one was. David Wise did the music, and the music is good. This is the last time he did music for Rare, coincidentally. Which is like, kind of sad, isn't it? So many amazing soundtracks, and, you know, at a certain point, other people were on it. Not to say that their work wasn't as good. Their work was as good, but damn if you don't wish that, like, there were more David Wise soundtracks. I guess that's just the thing where sometimes you move up into a senior role. You know, he was like probably head of sound design or something, and just like, nah, you just have no time to compose anymore. And eventually he got out of there. What do you want? Hello.
Oh, what a sad day. My golden root has been stolen.
It's very sad. You sure it's not just buried somewhere nearby? That might. I'm pretty sure that ice thing is a thing that you get later. That's not. You talk to him and he gets that ice thing taken care of. That's a later thing. That's a Metroidvania. That's a puzzle for later. At this pace, yeah, let's do it. If we find his golden root and it's just buried somewhere, then, he's gonna look very silly. That's a Baphomadad. Baphomadad. That's an item. A weird name for it. A weird little mammal with 4 ears. And, it's like a fairy. I mean, it's like a fairy in Zelda. It revives you. Until you buy a Baphomadad holder, you can only hold 1. Normal thing to say on Dinosaur Planet. I mean, it's kind of fun. I think it's fun how there's weird names for all these species and stuff. You know, and they didn't make them sound like cool. You know, these aren't like Metroid names. It's like Baphomadad and the Pock fruit, the Pock birds, and the Bottom fruit. You know, they're silly. Inner cap sometimes. What do I hear? I don't hear that. I don't know what that person was, what that mammoth wanted. Oh, I guess, hey, you know, this is Dinosaur Planet, but those are mammoths. Mammoths are, like, mammals? Hey, what's up with that? It didn't occur to me that was weird. It is kind of weird. This isn't the planet for mammals. Hey, buddy.
You pay me scarabs to pass.
Oh, yeah, we gotta go get some scarabs. I guess I was about to say that makes it so that you have to get the guy, and who gives you the scarab upgrade, but you already have to get the guy to get the scarab upgrade, because you get the upgrade and then he opens the way as with his second thing. Who's calling for my help? I forgot you have a shield. It's a shield. It's kind of weird looking.
You pass, but don't tell.
I don't even get to say yes or no. I talked to him, and it's like, thank you for the money. Go on through. I mean, you can't get to the store without passing by him, so you kind of have no choice in the matter. But still, it's also weird that, I don't think we really considered it, but it is weird that the one place you can go with the warp stone is just like, a single room with some some jet skis. A single room, some jet skis, that's it. Maybe it's like the warp stone is like their version of a ski lift, You warp to the top, you snowboard down. You say, oh, that was a great time. I had a fun time snowboarding down the course, landed in the hot spring as you do. Yeah, that's it. That's what it is. It's a whole... It's for recreation. That explains it all. It's a recreational warp system. That's why the warp stone exists. For fun. People can visit, and then go down a mountain. He explained it. Explain it.
Look at this.
So eventually you'll be able to reverse the course of the water by I say eventually. You could reverse the course of the water now that you have Tricky, but we don't need to, so let's keep going. If you can't tell, while we're in all these weird little corridors, we are making our way back to Thorntail Hollow, where I don't think we'll be doing much at all. In fact,
That's my mom!
I don't know. Is this going to be a timestamp even? I mean, how much do we have to do before we go to the ice area? Trying to think. Actually, what about that area in there? Do we have to go in there and do some stuff? We can get in there with Tricky. We do have to go in there now, don't we? That's not a later thing, is it? And then we go to the thing. Okay, so this... Definitely a timestamp on the VOD. Thorntail Hollow and also maybe that dungeon, question mark? Probably that dungeon. But, yeah. You can see it's raining. I do think this game looks great. For a GameCube game, you got excellent fur, you got some cool scenery, and they do a good job of disguising that it's just a bunch of rooms that are bounded on all sides by a cliff. They theme it right to avoid that being too conspicuous. I mean, there's only so much you can do about the hallways connecting everything. It's very GameCube, that particular bit, but like I said, it was a technical limitation at the time.
I'm here, guys.
At this time, even that was impressive.
We can get paid.
She's gonna be okay.
Let's get our money. We did it. We saved
Are you sure you finished down there?
the day.
Planet's not back together yet.
The Queen needs my help. Fox out.
You're right.
Is there
Fuck,
anything
we
we can
forgot
do
about
for
the
her?
planets.
We need to find white grub tubs. My mom gives them to me when I'm not feeling well.
It looks like she'll need a lot. Let's
Who
take
would
a look around, see what we can
instabilize? Who would instabilitize? What the fuck? A whole planet. Who would disrupt a whole planet? Honestly. Honest question. Why would you do that? If you live on the planet? Seems like it affects everyone. Even Sharp Claw. Even Sharp Claws. Even General Scales, for instance. Don't disrupt the planet you live on. Don't destroy the planet you live on. Maybe. Question mark. I feel like that might be the name of the bot. I don't know. Earlier we were talking about, like, the connection between, like, you know, real events and, like, the idea of a big reptilian leader. Well, you know, disrupting a whole planet for no reason as a show of power? I have an odd thing to do. It seems like cartoonishly evil. Cartoonishly evil, yet familiar. You know, as a strategy, you know? These guys show us who's the boss, and, you know, maybe he's just destroying the planet as a negotiating tactic. General Scales is open to negotiations. Please. Please. Just wants a free trade agreement that he already has. General Scales free trade agreement? I bet I can figure out something that would be a funny VOD name based around that. Just probably should say it, though. I thought going in, it'd be something like, oh, you pay this much, haha, line everyone knows. I feel like we want some of these maps, actually, because some of these... No, we can honestly afford, like, most of these right now with just the money we have on hand. And, like, this is going to pay dividends as we go to these areas and don't get lost. Give you 4.
Okay, I'll sell it to you.
Sick.
200 years I've been pushing around these goods. You pay this much. No, that's too
What?
low. Okay, I'll sell
Not
it to you.
consistent. This bartering. Maybe some of them are more strict than others. I don't really have enough to buy all of these. I probably should have gotten the Baphomet older rather than, maps, but...
You pay this
And I should especially get the one where we're going,
I'll sell it to
I
you.
think. Tricky is,
No,
is... Where are we going? We talked to the mom. Queen Earthwalker. What are we doing again, Slippy? Tell me what we're doing.
Hi, Fox. It's Slippy. Seems
Ah, we're gonna have to go to the underground dungeon. Okay, yeah, that's the next bit.
You pay this much. Okay, I'll sell it to you.
Let's do another card. Are we thinking about the games industry wrong? I'll say this is something I've been thinking about for a while, especially in regards to Xbox, but I also think it's a thing that's worth saying about Nintendo as well. Specifically, I feel like we are chronically undervaluing the value of just owning a platform, you understand? You know what I mean? Just owning a platform. In other words, being the platform holder means that you get... When you're the platform holder, right? You get 30% of everything. You get a taste of every game that is sold on your platform, and that is just immensely valuable. I mean, look at Steam, right? Steam, Valve, they don't do anything anymore. They barely make...
Put that down. You don't have enough scabs.
They barely make games anymore these days. And yet they still like are raking it in because Steam basically is like 90% of all of all PC games. Even so endemic where I would say Steam games rather than PC games first. It's prevalent, you know. It's the way the industry works is that the platform holders now, especially as things have become digital only, take a huge amount of all revenue, a taste of a chunk of the industry. And I think in the case of Xbox, it is why you won't see them backing off. You know, you won't see them leave the industry, despite people thinking, like, they're gonna leave the industry, right? They're not doing very well, like, why would they? You know, it's true, like, they only have 10% of the market, maybe 20%, realistically, you know, if you don't include phones and you're, like, being generous, you know, given the apparent excitement or lack thereof over their products. This is turning out to be more of a pit stop. I think we'll do another timestamp for when we actually go in the thing. I wanna get some more items before I do that. I'll need more money. You know, to get a taste of everything, that is just immense profits, and it's just free. And even if you have just like 30% of 10% of the market, that is an ungodly sum. You know, that is something that like any other publisher would dream of, because they have to develop a game. Damn it, I just want the money. I don't want the fight. But I will now that there's no money scurrying around. Other developers would dream of being able to just sit on ass and get that sort of revenue coming in. And like platform holders, without exception, get to delight in that now. And, you know, obviously that wasn't always as much of a steady thing. The Dreamcast famously went out of business. But I feel like if the Dreamcast were around now, if Sega was around now, like just holding on to 10% of 30%, 30% of 10%, or 5%, you know, that would account for something that like any other company would die to have. It didn't make sense back then because like it was all divided, you know, between like Best Buy and them, and Best Buy gets like most of that 30%. That was sort of the agreement, and then they got a cut, and then the developer got most of it. But now it's like all of Best Buy's cut went to Nintendo, Sony, or Microsoft, or Valve. And that's just huge. That's just huge. And I do think it is the point where Nintendo should seriously consider becoming a loss leader, and seriously consider like changing their strategy a bit and just going like, oh, you know what? Fuck it. We are so in a demanding lead here. We could lose a little bit on every unit, and you know, still come out well insofar as like we will get money on the back end. You know, everyone who buys, every purchase that they buy on Switch 2 will be money in the bank. And by the way, that's money, you know, the digital purchases are not tariffed, so that's tariff-free money right there. You don't have to worry about any of that crap. You know, just sell the hardware once and be done with it. And then, oh, there's a high-def display. Don't worry so much about, like...
You pay this much.
I think you just don't even worry that much about... There's a good argument for, like, not worrying so much and just going ahead and just...
Okay, I'll sell it to you.
You know, they could drop the price. I think they could drop the price, and that would be a good strategy. Long term. And, hell, I'll say, I think they will. Once they get through, like, initial units, once things start to slow down. If it's really fast, they'll do an ambassador program type deal. But more likely, it'll take a while for demand to cool. And once it does, they will act accordingly. And I would expect that,
That's too low.
you know,
Okay, I'll sell it to you.
the important thing is just that people keep buying it, you know? And it gets as much of a foothold as it can, and then eventually, you know, all being like the lead platform, that's just free money. And it's really the name of the game right now, I think. You know, Microsoft also thinks there's something to be said about, like, services, you know, like, especially in Game Pass, which I do really appreciate. I've gotten a lot of games off Game Pass, you know, and they've been good about getting exclusives that are great. But also, like, I don't know, they don't seem to be, like, quite as happy with Game Pass as you'd think for being the market leader in that sort of thing.
No, that's too low.
How about 9?
No, that's too low.
No discount here.
Okay, I'll sell it to you.
I want to get the ball as well.
Gives me a headache.
20 for a Baphomet holder, 50 for the ball. And I could probably get a couple more maps, but honestly, I'm pretty sure all the places that we haven't bought yet are like late game-ish, so we really don't have to buy quite yet. There's 20 for the Baphomet holder. Excellent. The ball lets you change Tricky's color. It's cool.
Much. Okay, I'll sell it to you.
I'll admit the process of grinding up money is not so cool. It's kind of a doofy thing. Scarabs is money. Little bit doofy. What are you gonna do? Maybe we should get going. Maybe that's enough mercantilism for now. Let's go into the dungeon. Yeah, it's time for the dungeon, I think. We got a Baphomet holder, and now we got 2 Baphometads ready to go. That's good enough for now. And maps, you can see down there. We have maps now. Excellent. We can see where we're going. For like most of the game world, there's a few places where we won't have maps yet, but we'll get them later. Maybe we'll do some grinding next stream, or later this stream,
Okay,
potentially.
Tricky, you stay here. I'll go search down there.
But I need to help my mom.
And you will be by staying out there.
Tricky,
Okay, Fox, but hurry up.
how are you gonna
Mom
get
looked
back
real
up?
bad.
You can't use ladders, despite having made a ladder to go down into the well. Who made this ladder? Everyone here is a 4-legged quadruped of some kind, or a giant 40-foot tall stone half man. He doesn't have a lower half, you see. He's just the top half of a man. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't really make sense, but don't worry about it. Maybe the Sharp Claws made it. Actually, hey, the Sharp Claws are the only bipedals we've seen so far. I'm pretty sure the Cloud Runners are also that way, but, you know. Maybe it was the Cloud Runners, or Cloud Runners, Lightfoots, those two. Those two are, one of those are pterodactyls, and the other ones are like, some sort of raptor type thing. We're gonna get the ability to, like, boost here. Also, hey, we do have the map here, and it's a full-ass map for the dungeon. Excellent. I mean, I don't really know how useful it is. It's kind of hard to tell what anything is looking at this whole map. Map, though. What else do you want? Dungeon time. That's what's important. We're doing like the bottom of the well dungeon, which I guess is like the first dungeon in the game. If this is a dungeon, it might be maybe not a dungeon. I'll say, like, these are not... I don't know that these are Zelda tier dungeons, even though it's a little bit Zelda-like, even though it's a little Zelda-ish. You know, like, it's not long you go in before you get, like, your dungeon item here. You get your dungeon item, which is, of course, the rocket boost. the staff rocket boost, which lets you like it's like a Banjo-Kazooie shock spring jump. Certain places you'll be able to high jump. It's kind of cool. A little slower than a shock spring jump, you know. Ugh. I have, I'll say, some cards tonight. Let me pop the net. Let's show off the thing. We should show off the thing before we get sidetracked with any like big particular thing. Here's how it works. You put it into the hole, and then you can rock it up. I guess this game otherwise doesn't have jumping. It's very Zelda-y. So like the rocket spring jump is pretty good for mobility. You know, I'll say I think that Zelda, like 3D Zelda, could have always used Rock's Feather as an item. Really could have used a Rock's Feather type item even before, you know, even before the later games where like jumping is like a big part of it, you know? Rock's Feather would be a neat item. And I do think, like, at the time, this was one of the neater items in the game. Like, ooh, hey, you rocket yourself up. Your staff can do basically anything. Like, it can be used as a rocket, it can fire guns, you can hit people over the head with it. Basically anything you can think of. Those three things, and also ice. And there's like a shockwave attack later. I don't remember that many more things, honestly, truth be told. Guess what? We moved this thing into place. So we're looking for 6 white fungus.
50 years alone I've been.
Sad.
Thinking of entering the Lord Sanctum without
That's right.
a lantern to light your way. You must be as mad as me. Go and see the shopkeeper. He should be able to help at the right price.
I guess, you know, Zelda games often do make you go buy something. I feel like this one in particular just puts a lot of things in the shop. You know, puts a lot of things in the shop as far as like, you will need this item. You will need that item. You'll need to go get a gift. You'll need to go get the lantern as another example. You'll need this really expensive thing later in the game. There's a lot of anything that doesn't have a clear use, I think, is probably for the sake of like some quest later on. Okay, we're going the ways, so let's do the next card. Hey, there's a new compromise this stream. So I like to talk about all the anime I'm watching, right? Especially at the start of the season, end of the season. It's the start of the season now. Since the last stream, there has been something like, God, I don't know, at least 15, 18 new anime. It's up to like 8. Like 21? Like 20 new anime or something since the last stream. And like, well, folks, I don't want to like, sidetrack us that much where we are talking about like 21 different anime in a row tonight. Instead, the new compromise is I will cover some. That's right, some. I have made cards for, well, honestly, I've made cards for all the anime. I made those fancy images that have the synopsises and a little bit of like opinion for everything that I've made. But as far as ones we'll stop and talk about on, there'll be only 5. In particular, 1 from every day, from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Actually 6. And then also the My Hero Academia spinoff and Gundam. The new Gundam. I made sure to watch the new Gundam today. Those are the 6 that we will discuss. No more, other than, like, in passing. I did put, like, I did make those full-ass cards that you do. Let me show those for a second if you don't know. I have made all these, and we'll see those as we're like buttoning through to find each of the 5, 6 we will discuss. And by the way, I've chosen the one from each day that I personally thought the most of. You know, I liked the most. Best first impression. So like, you know, get ready. I'll say some days are a little bit hotter than others. And there's been some good ass stuff since the last stream. This is another one of those magic capacity upgrades. I think magic capacity could have just been an item. I don't think we need a whole cutscene for magic capacity. You know, or like a piece of heart type thing where it's like you collect 3 of these and it makes a maximum go up. You know, I think that'd be the way. I mean, I guess hindsight is always 20/20, you know, like, oh, I would change it this way. I would have it work that way. Well, at the time, they thought that this way was the way to do it. Oh, more you know. Maybe look a little bit at Metroid Prime and, like, that whole thing a little more, which didn't exist at the time, so how could they have looked at it fair? Contemporaries, you know? Thing to remember is that these games all take place, all were made in the time they were made, you know? They can't expect to have more, I thought that was an enemy and not my friend. I'm sorry, Tricky. Can't expect them to like, have figured out stuff that really hadn't been figured out at this point. You know, historically speaking. How about we look at the first of the anime cards? And we'll, this'll take a minute, you know? And also, you know, we have a minute because we're just grabbing some money real fast. First card. I watched the first episode of Can a Boy-Girl Friendship Survive? Now let's go through the list here and find it. There was Fire Force, that's fine. And here it is. It is a perfectly good romantic triangle type thing with solid characters and a good setup that is coming to a head. The main boy runs like an Etsy style thing where he makes jewelry out of like flowers and stuff, and he has a very high energy friend who is like you know, he's said and they've said like, oh, it's never gonna be a thing, is it? But they've also said like, hey, you know, you don't find anyone, eventually we'll get together, right? That's just how it's gonna be. That's just how it's gonna be. But you know, in comes a third character, and it's like, oh shit, it's on. You know, that happy relationship, bit threatened, and that seems very promising. I like the pair of them, the main pair, and I think that they have a very interesting relationship where she is just all over him and very flirty in a way that's like flirty friendly. You know, like, haha, I'm just one of the dudes, you know? It's that sort of relationship, and he's just, like, a little bit, like, taciturn and very focused on his Etsy job, and she's just very good at promoting his Etsy work, you know? Getting the word out there, that sort of thing. They make a good couple. They make a good pair, and I'm really enjoying it so far, the first episode thereof. Get some more things. Maybe I should not stop whilst I am talking about these anime, you know? I'm having a thing on screen, so it feels like it makes sense to, like, pull up for a moment. Also, it's worth noting that we do have all of this dungeon, you know, including the dark area, and, like, all of maybe the ice area as well, to cover all this crap, we could take our time and relax. We're just heading in to buy an item. Let's do a second one now. Okay. We'll do the second of the 6 anime. Kowloon Generic Romance. Watch the first episode of that. That's a Sunday show. And let's walk through the shows up to that point. After that, I watched the first episode of The Dinner Table Detective. That one could be fine, I don't know. It's hard to say. On Shirley is very sweet and good and has a lot of energy. Very beautiful. Probably should have been the one I talked about. Yaiba seems very expensive. Slime Isekai is Slime 300 is back. And there's Kowloon. It's this weird sort of romance in an odd city, in a like rundown city that has some weird sci-fi stuff going on. An odd reality, as I put it in this image, and as the synopsis puts it. It's like a romantic mystery. Like the main character, they work in retail, not retail, what's the word? Selling houses and stuff and apartments. What's that called when you realtor? They're realtors. That's it. That's the term. They work in realty. There's kind of some interesting stuff about like the job, you know, the work that goes into it, and like through that work some feelings have developed, and there's sort of a odd thing about those feelings and that relationship and that like thread that sort of unfurls within the course of that first episode and goes in some interesting directions that make you go like, huh, I'm very curious where this goes. It's fascinating. It's a real high quality, cool thing, and like the main girl is well designed. Nice like character design. And it's just kind of a little bit of a you know, the quiet type, right? But she has all sorts of like feelings deep down, and those feelings seem to be like tied in with the mystery. Like I said, it's sort of a romantic mystery with like a odd reality. I think the synopsis, if you look closely at that again, sort of alludes to some sort of time like time travel nonsense going on. I don't know what's up with that yet, but I'm quite enjoying it so far, and I would absolutely recommend checking it out. I believe that's a Crunchyroll one, and so is Boy Girl. So Crunchyroll starting to get some ones that I will say like are easier to recommend, you know, like before these new shows and some of the other ones that I sort of breezed past and will breeze past. Crunchyroll kind of had like the runts of the litter, you know, just like, well, they have the horny show. They have the horny show, and if you like horny shows, it's not as like solid as a horny show could be as far as like anything that's not the horniness, but you know, it does the horny well, so got that down. But
You pay this much.
I do as low as 8 or yes, and then I can buy the other map. Perfect. Good deal. You know, they do the horny right, so that's nice. And they're starting to get good stuff in addition to that, which is also nice. I believe the Cloud Runner Fortress is the second of the Sky Islands, and the Walled City is the third, so we can wait on the Walled City map. We don't need to buy it now. Or the Fire one, whatever that one is. We can hold off on that one too. We can hold off on a lot of these purchases, but like while we're here, you know? I hope we don't have to buy a Firefly as well, do we? Do we have to buy a firefly? We might have to buy a firefly. Where's the firefly again? Right, the firefly is here and it's 10 scarabs. Oh, crap. I guess this is the consumables room. Let me go get some money and we can talk about a third anime. You know, this is without a really good segment for covering anime. I watched the first episode of Witch Watch, which I'll say, fucking great. One of the top shows for so far, for sure. Like, even more so than the last two I talked about. Let's button through the ones between then and there. Old Country Bumpkin, another stronger than he thinks. Main character stronger than he thinks, but a good one. There's Classic Stars. Seems somewhere between torturous and annoying. And here we go, Witch Watch. It is sort of a slice of life romantic thing about a boy who becomes the bodyguard of a he's an ogre. He's strong. He's like super strong. It's not, I don't know, it's terribly important, but he's sort of a reserved guy. Kind of reminds me of Kageyama from Haikyuu, and he is with this. He gets set up as like the bodyguard of his childhood friend, who is a witch who is very cute, high energy, maybe a little bit garish. Is garish a word? Like a little bit towards the like the Garu type energy, you know, Gyaru type energy. Very outward, very like silly, a little bit klutzy, and they fuck around with magic and get themselves into trouble with that magic. It's good. I really like how the way the magic works in this. It has oftentimes like complications and like strings attached that get them into trouble and force them to improvise to get out of trouble, you know, using their wits or using magic, and you know that results in some real good antics, some real good hijinks, like, you know, some top grade running around getting up to nonsense. I really like it. I've really enjoyed the first episode. Again, those two characters are excellent. They are excellent leads for a romantic slice of life romp, and I'll say it is without reserve delightful, and I would highly recommend Witch Watch. I think it is one of the most recommendable shows of the season so far. One of the top tier as far as that goes. Witch Watch, number one with a bullet. I just got one more non-big name anime to cover. Why don't I cover that now, and we'll space in like My Hero Academia Vigilantes and Gundam a little later. I also watched the first episode of Zatutabi. That's Journey. All right, let's walk through the shows up to that point. Gorilla God seems pretty good, has a good bit. Una Musume, new spin-off of that, very promising. Yandere Dark F, mediocre ecchi slop. Makina Sans a love bot, better ecchi slop. Substantially so. Maebashi Warriors, who cares? Aharan-san, less mid than I remembered. My Hero Vigilantes, we'll get back to that later. Chuzenzi Senpai, you know, there's some takes on the thing. Here we go. Zatutabi, that's Journey. Okay, great. Zatutabi is delightful. Really captures the appeal of travel, relaxing, charming. Yes. So basically it's about a It's about a mangaka, and apparently this is, if you see the thing, it is like autobiographical. It's about a mangaka, literally the author, I suppose, literally, who realizes she doesn't have much going on, so she goes on a fun trip and has a great time. And that's the episode, basically. That's the premise. She goes on a trip and has a great time, which is, I will say, a very lovely thing. And, you know, like I said, it really captures the appeal of traveling. You know, it reminds me a lot of my big trips. You know, like when I went to Japan last year, or 6 years ago, you know, well, I'll say this takes place in Japan, and traveling Japan hits different. You know, it is extremely fun to travel in Japan. And it really captures that. The joy of seeing new things, of like having an adventure, trudging up a flight of stairs that's way too big, you know, seeing a view or not, just doing any number of things. If I'm to like say what it reminds me of the parts of Laid Back Camp where they go sightseeing. That's the thing it reminds me of most. And if you know Laid Back Camp, you should know that, like, that's high praise, you know, being compared to Laid Back Camp. It has good vibes. I love the main character. Her, she again, there's some good, like, Laid Back Camp type, like, hanging around, seeing sights, and getting cozy with it. It's a very cozy show, a very warm show, and also the first episode really hasn't introduced any characters who seem like they will be big deals in the coming, like, show. You know, there's a bunch of characters who are gonna be, like, co-traveling eventually, and that's exciting. I'll say, like, this first episode, really good. I think, like, the second episode, you know, once more characters come in, it could be, like, best of the season quality, you know? It's like a laid-back camp. It has similar vibes, similar feel, similar, like, you know, watching it, I just think about all the good times I spent on the road, traipsing up and down Japan, you know, half a year ago, or 6 years before that, you know. It's just, oh, it's such a good feeling show, and really makes you go like, oh, I could go for something like that right now. A good trip. Ooh. You know, unfortunately, I don't have anything like that lined up, though I will go to Epic Universe, and I will go to family reunion at Jersey Shore this year myself, so, you know, that's similar but different. You know, I know the Jersey Shore very well, and Epic Universe, you know, it's gonna be really fun, but it's not the same thing. A lot more lines at Epic Universe versus just like seeing shrines and anime stores that sell all sorts of figurines that are good. You know, it's a much different vibe. That covers like the 4 anime I picked as highlights. That does leave My Hero Academia Vigilantes and the new Gundam, which I will be covering later on. Let's take our time. Game's good. Game's good. Hey Luigi, how you doing? Welcome back. This game is good, though there has been a good amount of like grinding for money and things like that. I needed to go buy a lantern and a fairy, and that gave me like low-key more than enough time to like cover 4 anime well enough. I think of those 4, I think Witch Watch is the most like, you know, arguably top tier that I've seen so far. I think Witch Watch might be the best show of the season so far, but I think Zabitatsu it's a journey, whatever that is called. What's it called? Zatsutabi, that's it. Zatsutabi, I think that one, I think that one might be the best for me, for my taste, even if it's not like quite as, you know, the animation I don't think is as tight as, and I don't know if it's as in universal appeal, traveling versus just like doing fun witch stuff. Oh crap, could I just gotten a firefly for sure? Could have just gotten some free fireflies here. I didn't have to buy them at all. Whatever. Just need 6 of those, and then I think we can go to the first dungeon area. It is like 11 p.m., by the way. It is getting late. We should consider if, like, we really do want to do the Ice Fortress this stream, or save it for next stream. You know, 3 hours in a stream, that's not bad. You know, in fact, that might be an ideal length to shoot for in the future streams of this game. You know, 3 hours in and out. And like, I do have some question, like, if we go for a 4th hour, which I guess we've already started. No, we're like, more like now, more like 2.5 right now. If we get into like 4-hour territory, will it be more like 5-hour territory? Like 10:40 for you? Hey, same. I'm just saying, you know, we've been going for that long. Since the start of the stream. That's right, it is dark. Do it this stream? Okay, you got it. Let's do it. Yeah, there's 4 of them, and if we can do 1 per stream, I feel like we'll get done in 4 streams, and that'll be good. That's a good pace, and I bet like next week, I bet like the pace will speed up. Like I bet that next week it'll be like 4 hours in and out to get to the second one, or 3 hours maybe, because there's no prologue and there's no like big wind up top anymore to contend with. Isn't it getting windy in Texas? Is it windy? I only go outside on the way into work, into the office, so I can't really speak to it that much. It's a little windy, kind of cold. Cold is what I would describe it as right now, and that's, I don't like that. It's April. It should be summertime. It's not summertime, it's spring, but you know what I mean. It should be like warming up. Feels kind of backwards for it to be like going back to sweatshirt weather. I like consistency from my environment. Your campus parking spot was relocated? Huh. I guess it works differently at every, institution. When I was in college back in the day, over a decade ago, you understand, there weren't reserved parking spots so much as there were just parking zones for different parking passes. Like, you could get green or gold. And believe me, I had gold. I got the good parking. I could park a little closer or whatever, little more reliably. Maybe it depends on, if you always park at campus near a stadium. Nice. I do drive. I don't mind it. It's not like a fun thing for me. It's just sort of a thing that you do on the way to stuff. More of a necessity than a hobby, I guess. What here? This is You think we, like, put down a bomb or something here? No. You drive an hour there and back to university? Do you do it every day? I used to do that. I had a commute every day of, like, an hour. That was, you know, worth it to avoid, like, you know... It was convenient to stay at home. It was convenient to stay at home. And not have to, like, live in a cramped dorm with people. Probably would have been a more sociable thing to do, though. I did, like, hang out at, like, a friend's dorm for time, you know, when appropriate. We would, at least in the first year, you know, when I did that, the game of choice was Borderlands, which had just come out at the time. I remember it being discussed, like, oh, you know, Borderlands. It was developed in the building right across the highway from the GameStop that we used as kids. Of course, I have moved since then. I don't live in that part of Plano anymore. But you know what I mean. It was just sort of an interesting thing to be like, oh hey, Gearbox is like right across the way. Isn't that interesting? You know, locally sourced game there. It was all right. He actually experienced living with roommates for a weekend, and when your family was picking him up, he was upset. What, he liked it? I've never done roommates on account of just, you know, living from home. We're living from home during like my, during my college days, you know. I just, went straight from living with family, you know, commuting, to like living alone in an apartment, which is nice. I like to do that. It's good to be able to do anything you want and just not worry about it. I don't know. I don't know who I would live with, you know, if I had the choice. Who would I live with? Would anyone I would live with? I'm gonna get a house eventually. Maybe, I'm thinking right now next year. I sort of punted on that since I don't want to do it while I'm, like, getting ready for my summer vacations, you know? I've re-upped my lease until, like, January of next year. I feel like, you know, gives me time to really look around and figure out, like, where I want to be. And also, if I can get another year-end bonus before I do a down payment, I think that would help a lot towards, you know, being able to afford the damn thing. You know, especially in this economy, forget about it, you know. This is not a good time to be buying a house right just now. I mean, like I said, who knows how permanent this current situation is that's been going on for exactly 1 week. But, like, you know, hopefully by January of next year, we're out of the woods, and not, like, super deep into the woods. In any case, I'm gonna do the thing. It is next time, yeah. It is nighttime, that's right. I think we got all of them, right? Check. Yeah, we have 6. We're ready to go. Ready to feed the queen. You can do like a special charge attack where after you do that combo, it like goes like, and then you hit like the Y button to do like a, hang on, see, like this. There we go. It's all right. Good night, Luigi. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out, etc. Alright, let's feed the queen.
Thank you, Fox.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you for saving my son and for saving me.
Okay, okay.
Was this the point at which they had voice
Now I need
actors
some
doing
help
the
from you.
voices, or is it
Can
still
you
just
tell me what's going on?
This
employees?
is all the work work of General Scales.
I meant some of
He
these
is
were
the ruler
employees.
of the Sharp-clawed tribe.
I mean, I think that was the
This
case in
special
Cameo, which was years
always
later.
wanted to rule Dinosaur Planet.
So it's
We have
maybe
always been able to
transition
stop his
between
attacks,
one model and the
but
other.
This time he somehow becomes
Professional
stronger
versus
and
amateurs.
defeated our army at the Krystal Palace.
Right, a bad guy.
I got it, yeah. I understand as well.
Within the Krystal
Inflation,
Palace,
you know.
the seals of the Force Point temples.
I'm listening.
This
The other guy had a little bit of dementia, you know, the General Scales before General Scales. That, you know, wasn't good. And then General Scales got into power, and oh boy, he had some other ideas. Some wacky ideas.
That's a bit weird, but I understand.
With the seals broken, Scales entered the temples and removed the spellstones. With nothing to hold back the magic force, the planet was torn apart.
At last, it all
Literally.
makes sense. So, the bad guy takes the spellstones, your planet falls apart, and I've got to find the spellstones and bring them back to the Force
You got
Point
it.
temples.
See, Mom? I told you he was good. Star Fox, yeah.
Star Fox, yeah.
The sun will remain with you.
Wait.
For only a dinosaur of noble birth can breathe life into the spellstones.
What?
I don't remember that
That's
being
okay,
important.
But don't you think he's a bit young? I mean, it's gonna be very dangerous. Loads of
It's
bad
fine,
guys,
you could have a
fighting,
pet.
Death.
He knows the planet well, and I'm sure he's shown you his sidekick skills.
Oh yeah.
Those were
I
capitalized.
forgot about those.
Come on, Fox. We'll make a great team.
Okay, but if you mess up just once, I'll send you straight back to Mommy.
Okay, yeah.
Good. Now, our spies have indicated that Scales was last seen in DarkIce mines. I know the gatekeeper, Garunda.
That's what?
Silly
He
fellow,
was?
But he can guide you to the
No, he was
spellstones.
last seen on a
Go
pirate
back to
ship
the SnowHorn wastes and find
above
it.
this planet, near Krystal Palace.
Fox, I think you'll need this. The Sharp Claws dropped it when they attacked me. Maybe it'll come in use somewhere.
Okay, enough already. Can I just get on with it?
I don't know why. I mean, we're going to a place that we didn't have before. But sure. We'll take a key. It's time to go. It's time for some more fighter stuff. You know, we have to return to orbit. That's step 1. Step 2, we do another Star Fox mission. Also, Tricky goes into the hold there. We do one more Star Fox mission, and that gets us to the Waste, which is the first of 4 places, and you know, she said that General Scales is gonna be there. I have no memory of that. I'm pretty sure we just go there, we get the Spellstone, and we bring it home. And, what? What? Huh?
General Pepper here.
What? Why can't I? This is the place. Why isn't it selectable?
General Pepper here.
Oh, jeez.
Plan to reach Dinosaur Planet.
Did I need to get something before I can go to the place? That's really weird that it didn't unlock. Let me go back and check what Slippy says. Also, I am realizing now that we need to fly back every time. That is, suffice to say, it's a little annoying. I feel like after you do this once, you should be able to skip it. Especially because, like, well, I guess you could return to the islands, like, quickly, but for the most part, we're going to be repairing the world, so the islands, the Sky Islands, will be returning to their rightful spots, which means that the levels will go with them, I think. I don't know, actually. Go to the areas that you bring down from orbit Do you have to, like, get into your R-Wing to get to them? Even though they're now on the planet? Hey, I'm back. How do I get to this fucking place? Do I need more energy cells or something? What's the deal? I know energy cells are like a thing, but like how much of a thing? How many are we talking?
Hi, Fox. It's Slippy. Come back when you need me.
Hi, Fox. We're open.
What?
Download it.
Oh. Go to
Scanners
SnowHorn
indicate
Race?
This is your current position.
Okay, so we have to go to SnowHorn Ways before we can go to the Sky Island version of Snowland. Okay. I thought it was time to go to... Fuck. They really... Okay. It's not quite time yet. You know, if there's like... I'm pretty sure we're going to the, like, the island pretty soon here. Like, I think we just have to go talk to some mammoths. I'm pretty sure that's just all it is. Right? Like, just say hi to a mammoth and head on my way. Go the right way. Is this the right way? This doesn't seem like the right way. This like points me towards fuel nodes. It was like up on a cliff, right? Yeah, this way to SnowHorn Waste. Climb the ladder. We just need to talk to a guy, and he'll show us the way. I suppose this makes now a great time for a card. I guess all these transitions are like the ideal time for a card. You know, all this time spent in like, you know, oh, hey, our world is seamless. Go through this hallway, please. That gives the game time to load. All this stuff is just perfect time for talk about My Hero Academia Vigilantes.
Stay.
Which I'll say, if you don't know My Hero Academia, it is... right here. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, perfect. It is a spin-off of My Hero Academia. Came out in manga form, like, ages and ages ago. And I'll say, this is, like, one of the few cases where, like, I have before, you know, talked about, like, oh, you know, I don't read manga, really. I'm hitting a switch, by the way. We're gonna hit this switch a lot of times. You don't worry about it. It reverses the flow of water. It's not a big deal. I've talked about how I don't really read that much manga, but as a FMA fan, or MHA fan, who did believe at the time that it would not be adapted, considering, like, things about it. You know, it's a little bit dirtier than your traditional My Hero Academia. A little bit darker. A little bit such and such. More sexually fan servicey, I guess, is what it is, part of what it is. Basically, it's about a guy whose ability is to, like, he can sort of slide around when he has 3 hands on the ground or 3 points of contact with ground. A girl who, like, has the ability to jump big, and she puts on, like, underground idol shows and uses her powers in ways that are not technically allowed. And also a third guy who is just a big bruiser who punches people with iron, with like, what's the word for those? Steel knuckles? Brass knuckles? There we go. Brass knuckles. And, you know, they fight crime on the down low without a license, as it were. And, it's kind of fun. I remember not being as big a fan of it as the original, like, series. You know, thinking it was a little bit stupider. A little bit more like, had elements where I would look at it and go like, okay, well, you know, this character is showing up. That's cheap, you know. Okay, you gotta get the character from the show, I guess, even if it doesn't make sense why they would be there and not at school in some cases. Admittedly, the first episode is not a case of that. You know, they sort of justify it well enough. The one cameo in the first episode. But I remember another one later on that was just sort of like, okay, we're seeing all the characters we know. Why? Why are they all in the same place? Shouldn't All Might be like half a country away? I don't think it's really, it doesn't make sense to me that it would be like that. Fucking guy's asleep. We just have to wait until these guys wake up or what? Motherfucker. More time to talk about vigilantes. The adaptation is well made. Dub released day 1 with the sub, so that's nice. I'll say, like, My Hero Academia is like one of the few shows that I watched before I got big into simulcast anime that I watched dubbed for the first time, and it's sort of grandfathered in on that. And I think I'll have Vigilantes be the same way. I'm not sure the dub is as good as, say, the original MHA dub is, but seems alright, I don't know. It'd be weird, the other characters that are in it.
Gatekeeper, then I'm sure he'll reward you. The SnowHorn by the river never seems happy.
Okay, so SnowHorn by a river. Gotcha. Got it. Here to do some snow business stuff. That's right. So, I think it's a good adaptation. I think it's well made. I'll say the characters so far in the first episode haven't come into their own, haven't really, like, you know, done cool things yet, but I'm sure by episode 3, they all will have a cool moment under their belt. And I remember, you know, the arc being good. I remember at the time, you know, I thought it wouldn't get adapted, so I read up to like a certain point. You know, I was waiting on the releases to come in, and I kind of got tired of doing that, and then I stopped following along, you know? I stopped,
Oh, what a sad day.
Wait, is the golden root the thing that's in the store? Don't tell me the golden root is the thing that's in the store.
Hi, Fox. It's Slippy. Seems like you need some help.
Okay, good. It's not, it's hidden below the ice, I guess. Yeah, I wonder that too. I was definitely saying during, like, the Nintendo Switch 2 announcements, like, literally, like, ooh, come on, let's go. Star Fox Adventures, Melee, as well, you know, Melee, of course, but, like, Star Fox Adventures, I think would be a good addition. Of course, they've gotten many other, rare games, and of course, they still got a lot of rare games to go, like, you know, we haven't gotten Diddy Kong Racing yet. We haven't gotten, last thoughts on Vigilantes. Vigilantes seems good. Some like it more, I'll say. Maybe my opinions on, like, the manga was just mostly because I don't read manga, so I don't really like it as much as the thing. Maybe now that it'll be a show, I will really dig the hell out of it. And on some level, it's just nice to see new quirk users doing quirk stuff. DK64 or Conquer yet? Yes, those are indeed 2 we haven't gotten yet. I wonder if we'll get Conquer. That's one where it's just like, I mean, we do have that MO, that MA, like, version of the app ready to go. You know, ready for whatever, but, like, really? You think? It's gonna be potential issue. Below the ice. What does that mean exactly? Does that mean here, this ice? That means some other ice. 3, there's There's the family-friendly Conquer Game Boy game too. I never played that one. I have no experience with it actually. Is it like good? I played both Conquers before in full, and I'll say, you know, part of the gimmick of right now I'm playing a bunch of rare games. Actually, this is the. I'll say again. I've been doing a bunch of random rareware playthroughs, and this is the 4th one. And, you know, next up is either Conquer or a mystery game. Or, we'll see, I'll say the birthday stream next month is going to have the potential to add more games as sub-goals. So, we'll see what happens then in, middle of May. But, it's been fun going through whole bunch of, it's a 2D Zelda-like? Huh. Oh, the key that the lady gave me. That's what this fucking thing is for. I thought that the key would go into the flying sky island rather than just random ice town gate. Why would I think that random ice... I thought there was gonna be a move that let me insert my rod into a keyhole and use it as a... to open a deal. You know... That's the kind of ability... Actually, now that I think about it, pretty sure there literally is that later on in this game. There is a keyhole ability, you know, where you insert your rod into a hole and open a door that way, as you do. Everyone knows how doors work. I'm not telling anything anyone doesn't already know. What are you doing?
The sharp claw have imprisoned me in this infernal cave.
Man, that sucks.
If you can bring me frost weeds, I'll be strong enough to get myself out. Perhaps the young prince can help you. Hurry, boy.
A good look at what Conquer could have been. I wonder if it would have been more Zelda-y. I mean, it's definitely less platformer-y than like all their other platformers. The point of being like kind of something else entirely. We're on a timer. What's the deal here? Do I just have to beat these guys' asses fast, or do I also have to search for stuff at the same time? You know about the N64 prototype of this game? Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've heard about it. There's where you play as Randorn and all that. I've known about Randorn for a long time before that leak even, but that's neat. Did you know that Cameo Elements of Power also had a beta leak? Admittedly. Wait, no, you play as Saber? Then who the fuck's Randorn? Who the fuck is Randorn? Who the fuck is Randorn? Randorn is someone, isn't he? I didn't make up that name. I'm pretty sure that's not my name that I made up. There was tons of content cut from this game. That makes sense. How do you switch targets? Randorn is Krystal and Saber's father in the prototype? Oh! Okay. Still a character, just not like a main one. And yeah, I understand that like in the original game, the original idea was for them to be equally important. Krystal and, you know, Star Fox, as it were. And she just gets sidelined immediately. How do you change targets? Is it... What the hell? I'm hitting the... C-stick lets me use items. D-pad doesn't do anything. Oh, I can take my staff away and that'll be... Focus? That's weird. That guy seems to be stuck with a wall. You're supposed to be getting weeds? How can I get weeds? I'm like, oh. Crap. Okay, Tricky. Can you do find secrets? Yes, I bet you're right. The bumbleweeds are in the tree near the thing. Okay. Okay, let me just take this away. It's hard to hit the tree when there's so many guys around. How do you... Not that tree. Okay, shit. Thanks for the tips. I appreciate it. I'll say I played this game, you know, before. This one? I've played this game before. It's probably been at least a decade since the last time I played it. I don't think I finished it a decade ago. I think I got maybe a few dungeons in and fell off. So, you know, it's been a long while since I've seen the ending. Or, you know, even this bit. Near the river? Okay. Yeah, we just need to avoid, ignore these guys. Oh, here we go. We found it. Okay. Does Tricky deliver them?
Fine.
Looks like Tricky delivers them. Meantime, I guess just keep these guys distracted. Hurry up, Tricky. Did he do it? This is a weird part of this game. What the hell? This is jank. What the fuck? This is a lot more jank a lot more jank than like anything in Cameo Elements of Power, last game that we played on this thing. Do I hit them with my staff? The prototype had manual lock-on? Oh my god, that would be much better. Why the hell doesn't left trigger do anything? What the hell? It should have done. That would be much more convenient. L targeting is like goated. It's like one of the best like ways in which for a system to work. So those guys are attacking weeds. Push it towards the elephant's trunk. Really? It's that? I mean, I guess there's parts of Cameo Elements of Power where you push boulders off uphill. It's not that different. Guys, you're chasing after a weed. You know that, right? These guys are not serious people. You guys are stopping me from delivering frostweed to my friend when, like, you know, your boss, General Scales, is causing global instability on a scale that will destroy the planet, by the way, and is literally, like, breaking it up as we speak. And, you know, you guys are focused on, these fucking frostweeds? I mean, come on, get your priorities in order. Be worried about you shouldn't be worried about the deficit right now and this stinkweed. You should be worried about you know, getting the power stones back to where they live, because that's gonna destroy the world. I mentioned just to catch up Honker there. Oh, Honker, I know that name. That's the name of the skunk from from Pocket Tales. I didn't play it, but I was part of a community that was, you know, very into minor characters. We were very well aware of, you know, all of those back in the day. Honker included. Honker the skunk. There we go. We were saying earlier that, like, that General Scales is causing planet-wide instability by, like, doing his crap. And, we're wondering, like, oh yeah, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Right in here, right now, in this very moment. It is quite timely. The Spellstones. Okay.
The land from which a spellstone is forged. General Scales took the spellstone.
How did he get there?
Discovered that I
Oh,
was a
you
gatekeeper.
let him in.
He gave me an ultimatum. Allow him to take the spellstone back into the sacred land, or he would destroy my.
So the Spellstones are like tariffs, I think. In this metaphor, the Spellstones are like tariffs, and if you put them back, everything goes back how it was.
He enslaved them instead.
I don't think it's that simple in reality.
Dishonored me.
Sadly, we can't just go find a rock that says tariff on it and take it home and put it in a temple and it'll all be good. You know.
I will open the gateway.
Thank you, buddy. I mean, that's cool. Alright, cool. Now we can go to space. Okay, great. I went to space prematurely earlier. Thinking I could just fly to place. I can't. We got a little bit of a walk back to town, back to the ship. You know, through these lovely contiguous hallways. Let's take this time to do another card and talk about what's on it. And particularly, talk about the last anime that I have up to discuss tonight, which is Mobile Suit Gundam GQs. GQs, right? It's not GQt, it's GQs. I think at some point I thought it was GQt. But it's GQt. I have no idea why that's the name. Let's button through all the anime that I saw this week and this weekend, and we'll talk about the rest of them on the Friday stream, including some bad ones and some good ones. But for now, let's talk about Gundam, which I was super impressed by. The main character is a schoolgirl who just got a lot of moxie, you know? She has more guts than the criminals and, like, actual soldiers that populate her world. It's good shit. They've done a great job with the new Gundam. I've watched the first episode, which is the only one that's out so far, and it is quite good. I think she is a very fun main character. Like I said, she's just a schoolgirl. She is just, like, happened upon some Gundam shit going on, and she just immediately inserts herself into it in a way that is like, I don't know I've seen a main character that gung-ho to be like, oh, hey, I could have an adventure? Hey, sign me up. Yes, I will get into the pilot's seat. Let's drive a robot, sight unseen, let's go. And that's very fun. I like her hair and the character designs of everyone in it. And it seems like also it has some connection to the original show. I really can't speak to that. I never saw the original show back in the day. I have seen the last couple though, Iron-Blooded Orphans and Witch from Mercury, and those were quite good. I bet this one will be quite good too. That about sums up the thoughts so far on the show. Good mecha action. Cool setting, lovely main character, very promising. Can't wait to see where it goes from here. Excellent is a word I would use to describe it. I'm full of scarabs. I should stop by the store before we head out. Excellent, excellent. The R-Wing sections didn't exist in the prototype. It was all one interconnected world. The planet wasn't broken apart in the version. The cave across the river goes to DarkIce mines in the prototype. That's really interesting. How complete is the prototype? Can you play it from like start to finish? I'm pretty sure the answer was no, or like you have to do like hacks to really like get around some places. I feel like I've seen a video or something on it before, but not like fully detailing everything that's going on there. I guess let's get the high def device.
You pay this.
I mean, it makes sense. Originally, it was supposed to be more of a fantasy thing, right?
That's too low.
About 75, you need patches to beat it.
No, that's too low.
Did someone go through the trouble of making it, like, playable start to finish, like, patch-wise, like, fan patch-wise? That's amazing. That sounds fun. Honestly, that would be a fascinating playthrough to do. That's... Or hell, the Cameo prototype. Was it on N64? There is a Discord for it. Discord for everything, you know? What can we buy with our remaining money? We got all the maps. Can we get like some energy cells? That'll be a good, that'll be something we can do. A Cameo prototype was GameCube and hasn't leaked yet? Oh, I thought I saw, like, a full playthrough of it or something online. Or at least the details. You're saying it hasn't leaked yet, but there was footage of it, right? You can't play it yourself, though. Huh. I thought it was Xbox.
No, that's too low.
There was. Okay.
No, that's too low.
Was it at that point basically how it was at launch, where it was just like, hey, you have these all 10-ish elemental warriors? I saw the behind the scenes stuff after playing it on stream a couple weeks ago, right? I saw like a playthrough of it and all, or I saw the rare replay footage coverage of it, and they were talking about how yeah, it was Pokemon-like. It was very much inspired by Pokemon, and you would just like go around and capture all the child elementals. Capture all the child elementals in order to like use them, play as them, like Pokemon style, except more playable type, I guess. All games go through a lot of development process. That was poorly worded. Sometimes I say things that are poorly worded. Don't worry about it. Like, you know, the thing that's famous about this game, development-wise, is not just that it started off as just Dinosaur Planet, full stop, but also that the actual original start, last I heard... Yes, I have enough to do it. Perfect. Cool. Last I heard, the original, like, starting point of this game was Diddy Kong Racing 2. It originally started off as Diddy Kong Racing 2. And you can sort of see that insofar as, like, Tricky from Diddy Kong Racing is in it. And some members of some communities will argue that is canon, that is Tricky, that is the same character. Star Fox Adventures takes place in the past, before Diddy Kong Racing. Timeline got fucked up somewhere. I'm not sure when exact. I guess if Diddy Kong Racing takes place in 1997, then, you know, and that's adult Tricky, then this must take place in the Star Fox universe, must be like 50 years out of tune with our reality. And eventually, you know, they made it all the way to Earth to hang out in Dino Domain. You know, they emigrated. They're immigrants. Timber was meant to be the original male main character. Oh, there's another connection between the two. Yeah, the foxes was because Timber. That's fascinating. Wow. So it was supposed to be Timber's game. That makes total sense, you know? Conker got a game, Banjo got a game, Timber gets a game. There's still time to give Timber a game. Well, maybe not, no. They're too busy making Sea of Thieves, and also, they don't really make games anymore. Just forever games. That's bygone era. All these rare games that I've been playing as part of this series of playthroughs. Bygone era. Let's do this. Bygone thing. Let's fly to the thing. That's right, the Slippy's cold dead face. Was Slippy cold and dead there? Slippy's fine. I like the way Slippy looks in this game. The characters look great. I mean, everyone from the... Oh, you know what? You're right. It's not really that animated. Everything's changed so much in this game. They're real development hell situation. You know, it is worth noting. And maybe that caused some of the weirdness that we are perceiving with like, oh, this thing is weird and janky, this thing is weird and janky. I have a lot of affection for it still regardless. And the music, I feel like I haven't given the music enough, what the fuck was that? Haven't given the music enough, like, pride of place this stream. We got enough, though. We're good. We're through. The music in this game is damn good. Not this music, but, like, I'll say, we're not gonna see it this stream, but, like, eventually we will get to, Cape Claw. And I think Cape Claw is like beautiful. Thorntail Hollow, also beautiful. Jump the GameCube that messed it up. They tried to make it a launch title. Wow. They failed and had to delay it. Ooh. And had to rush before the Microsoft stuff happened. Ah.
Where are we going?
That's just a trifecta of bad. Yeah, no, I understand, like, if it got delayed, then, like, the Star Fox stuff that you just spent, like, years putting in, yeah, that has to come out now. And also, like, the time it spent as a Star Fox game, is that weird? No. Diddy Kong Racing, Diddy Kong Pilots, and Donkey Kong Coconut Crackers both ended up getting released as different games. You know, Banjo Pilot and It's Mr. Pants accordingly. So that sort of thing can be resolved, but... And Donkey Kong Racing became Saberman Stampede, and then got super canceled. That's the prototype I want to see. I want to see Saberman Stampede. I should say, we're in the new area. We got through the flight. It's DarkIce Mines. This is the ideal time for a timestamp, you know, in the VOD. Anyway, continuing my thought from right before the timestamp to confuse anyone who's just like, I love DarkIce Mines, and I want to see DarkIce Mines right now. What I was saying is that if any prototype I would like to see of a game, of a rare game, Donkey Kong Racing, I feel like that one is just like, I want to see it. That trailer was so cool. You know, that Donkey Kong Racing trailer. And, like, all its forms where it eventually became, like, a Saberman game. That's weird. Spellstones in the mine. Cape Claw was originally a lot bigger and was a Krystal area. That's interesting, yeah. You can definitely tell in the second half of the game they had to rush to get out or buy out. A lot of stuff is trimmed. I mean, this first section has been pretty long and had a few extra steps, like, thrown in. I do think that, you know, trimming a little bit of fat isn't bad. I'll say, like, not to spoil in case anyone is watching this playthrough and doesn't know the game and wants to be like surprised by things happening. But the most infamous thing that got cut is gonna be quite a if people don't know, when we get to it in the final episode, in the final stream of this game, you're gonna go, what the fuck? Really? Because, yeah, really. You'll see. Everyone who knows what I'm talking about is like, yeah, that's a fucked up thing to cut. Or not make in the first place. That was never a thing? Was it never going to be a thing? Hang on. Then what? I mean, tune in 4 weeks from now, potentially, maybe 3, if, like, the game gets shorter as it goes along, and we can do it in 3 weeks, but, like, or say on the Discord or something in a spoiler thing, or just say right now, and I'll just not say it aloud, and I'll go, huh. Supposed to be a red herring? Yeah, even by the time of the prototype? Well, I know they didn't do it, but, like, that just seemed like... I mean, I guess even if by the prototype, it wasn't like a, you know, a Zant situation. Another spoiler, I guess, for another game, you know. Well, it wasn't intended to be as such. That's really weird, though. I don't know how you make a game like that where, you know, red herrings are good in mysteries, but like in games, like, I don't know if you really need to be that fancy with it, you know. Just don't be weird. Also, just like... There was a line earlier where General Scales said, I will never be defeated. And, you know, that's interesting that he said that. Huh. Oh, I see. Similar setup, but not a reference. I'm talking in circles to avoid, like, spoilers for no reason. Oh, I see. That boss originally was final boss. I mean, that boss is a cool boss. I mean, it's an impressive looking boss. I guess that makes sense, you know, like, how come would that boss be subservient? I mean, in DKC2, GBA, Kirazine is pretty big, and Kirazine is subservient. And it's implied that, like, K. Lumsey, you know, never had a chance in hell of, never had a chance in hell in, like, K. Rool locked him up. That's a whole situation. Beware the Galdon. What the fuck's a Galdon? Here we go. We need to find, wait, we already went in there, didn't we? I'll say, by the way, what we need to find right now is a new ability for Tricky. I wouldn't mind a pointer, honestly, if you want to suggest where to go. Otherwise, I'll just be poking around for a second. Sometimes this game can be unintuitive, you know, what the fuck. I mean, I guess in situations like that, you talk to Slippy.
Fox, it's Slippy. Seems like you need some help.
One of them is shackled down. I didn't even notice the shackles. Oh, well, I didn't walk over here and talk to this guy. Use the hint system. I don't need to use chat. We can do it. Unless...
If you're heading down into the mine, then please look out for Bellina Tay, the gatekeeper's daughter. She didn't mean to get us into this mess by telling Scales about the spellstone. She did what she thought was right,
Please help her.
Okay, lady. I'll keep a lookout for her.
This might be of use to you.
How come the Spellstones were not at the Spellstone
It
Temple?
looked important, so I hid it from the sharp claws.
Why were they here, and... Don't you return them to the temples after you get them, like the Ocean Temple, or the Moon Temple, or Fire Temple? I don't know. You take them to those temples and put them back. So how come they had to go through the Keeper to get to these islands, or to get to these, like, little enclaves, I guess, when they were on Dinosaur Planet itself? How come they had to go through the person? Some things don't make sense. It's fine. Hey, here's a question. Did the warp stone make more sense in the beta? You know, in the thing? In the main game, he just like teleports you to one random thing on top of the mountain. My theory earlier on was that it's like a ski lift situation. You know, he warps you to the top, you ski down, and then you have a good time, you know. You're landing in the hot spring and whatever. Do that whole situation. What are we doing now? Catch.
Slippy here. Got yourself stuck again? Come back with...
Did I get the fire ability? Talk to the guy, maybe. There are two of them in betas, brothers, and you use them to switch between Fox and Krystal. Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, that rings a bell. Now that you say. Do I need to, like, release a couple more? What the fuck? Here, you have this. That makes total sense, and, I will say I think they're cool. I think that, what are you looking at, dude? Find secret is not a thing. That makes total sense, let me say. Do I need to go this way? Oh, right, we got a gear. And use the gear here. I should be paying attention and remembering the things I get. Excellent. The development history of any game is fascinating. You know, it's worth noting. A lot of games go through a lot of changes on the way to development. I bet that, like, you know, if you polled, like, a lot of developers, a lot of games have interesting stories and interesting paths, you know. Not just exclusively Rare games, but, you know, as a long-time Rare fan, that has a, you know, their output just has a unique appeal to me. Want to revive a dragon originally, who was God. Some changes Nintendo makes before releasing is weird. That's a weird plot. A little bit more fantasy than what we got. What the fuck did that thing do? Oh, it extended a bridge. Right. He hates the Krazoa and raised a war against the species. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Versus, like, this general scale is just being like, I will plunge this, this world into a state of literal world destruction for no reason. Just because I gotta prove I'm a tough guy. No one would ever do that in real life. No one would ever destabilize the whole world for no reason. Using some real faulty logic. That would be really... That would be really unlikely. I gotta show them who's boss, or they will fight us. For that reason, I'm destroying the world. What? Like I said, it's probably a negotiating tactic. He's gonna get a, he's gonna get some subsidies from the elephant people from the mammoths, and happily ever after. General scales war plants leak on signal. You know, days since like Dinosaur Planet ship leak warplanes. You know that game where in real life they keep on leaking classified documents? I was sort of trying to make a thing towards that. It didn't really work. Let's just forget about that and move on. That's a thing that happens. I'm having fun with this metaphor. And no one can stop me. I can stop me. That's not true. I can stop me. Sure hope General Scales, the Nintendo Switch 2 did nothing wrong. Please, would you just let the Nintendo Switch 2 go? Maybe the Nintendo Switch 2, maybe Krystal is the Nintendo Switch 2 in this equation. Krystal really did nothing wrong. She was just like hanging out. And she was probably gonna do the same thing, you know? Same thing as us. Just like, return all the Krazoa to the palace. Like, if... There's no reason why he had to be a dick about it. You know, other than, Nintendo said. Weird in this analogy. It suddenly became a analogy where Nintendo actually has the authority, which is not accurate to real life, you know? Can I swim in this? Yes. Those back guys are weird. I mean, a thing I really like about this game is it has some weird-ass enemies, you know? Like those flying guys, those flying, like, imp guys, the Baphomadads. You know, it's not just your traditional, dinosaurs, and it's worth noting, a thing that's worth noting about dinosaurs is we don't know the full story. We don't know every dinosaur that ever existed, and we never will, because, you know, it's, kind of a beating the odds situation to leave any fossil at all. So, like, and then, like, there's some areas where, like, nothing will ever fossilize, so, like, I'm sure there were weird-ass dinosaurs like that burrowed around and were like snakes, you know? Something like that would not be too far from possible. You know, and the creativity is appreciated. Another root. Is this what we're looking for? Roots? To make my friend stronger? What the fuck's the block for? During the N64 version, were the C buttons like... How are the C buttons in that? I mean, I guess it probably had, like, C up first person, you know, like we have now, which I'll say isn't terribly useful, like, at all. Probably had a roll button on C down, and then on C up, or one of the C buttons, just like the... Maybe, like, one C button for open the menu and another one for the hotkeyed item. Do I have to, like, get this up a hill or something? What was the deal there with earlier versions? Yeah, definitely gotta roll it down this hill. Something respawned. We're not going to worry about it. Fine with me. I'm out of here anyway. Never gonna be back in this weirdly specific place that a mammoth probably couldn't live in. and wouldn't have made. Fine though, it's cool, it's good. The places don't have to make sense. It's nice if they do, but if they don't, you know, it's just something to talk about for 2 seconds. So we went in the first one. I'm taking it we don't go into this one. Was there a hungry one? There was a hungry one, right? There was like, bring me some food or something. And that's what we're doing right now. Excellent. I guess these areas are basically your dungeons, right? Like the DarkIce mine, all 4 of the flying things, very much your dungeon.
But I need more.
Oh, come on, dude. How many more do you need? Really? It'd be cool if you could do like some sort of, you know, I'll say like there's probably a lot of things you could do in this game, right? One thing that'd be really cool is some sort of, well, you do have radar. And there's this, which will like, well, we haven't had this up actually, but it will scan the stuff that's nearby and be like, hey, that's a magic plant. Not bad. It'd be cool if you had like a radar that pointed you towards the objective specifically, or like key items. Whatever, I think we found it, so, you know, no harm, no foul. Also, these guys, so we'll just pick these up. Let's do another card. I have these cards, I'm gonna do them one at a time. I have like 4 more now that we're done with the anime. Things to discuss. And the next card says... It says, did you hear about the Minecraft movie? Yeah, the Minecraft movie is out, and it seems like a whole damn thing. Hearing a lot of talk out of it, just, you know, the initial word was like, oh, it's bad. And that's that. You know, it's bad and that's that. So it's like a generic movie, low effort, memes, references, that sort of thing. That's all I needed to know, like, straight up. You know, as far as I was concerned, like, it's kind of funny, that's bad, haha. And then, you know, things took a turn when actual people got to go see it. And, like, it sounds like a whole fucking thing out there. By the way, the K-music place was a lot better in the prototype. Wow, really? I'll have to look at that song, but interesting. Cave music of the place, of this place. Why would they do that? Hearing a bit more about like, let's see if this is enough. By the way, we should see that, and if it's not, okay, this is music. That means we're good. This guy is rule of 2. This guy is up.
I feel much better now. Get on my back. Let's smash those gates.
There were a lot of songs that were unused in the prototype and were reused in different contexts. Huh. I mean, I guess that, I bet that must happen all the time, but, you know, such is development. Let's go, we're writing a thing now. The thing about the Minecraft movie that sort of has been getting out there is like, it's kind of a wild experience, is what people are saying, is that like, kids, and anyone from like age 5 to 25 are just going fucking nuts at this fucking theater, just like clapping at every time they recognize a meme or a line. I say a line. So, some of the lines from like trailers went viral independently. Like I think, I'm not sure if it's a meme from the Minecraft movie or a independent meme that exists outside of the Minecraft movie, but apparently the big one that they clap for, the biggest one that they clap for is like chicken jockey? And that's like a huge applause line. It sounds like to kids right now, chicken jockey is about as big of a applause line as I've had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. Like, that is the vibe of the screenings. It's like what if Samuel L. Jackson was saying, I've had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane for like several hours. My earphones sound weird now. It's fine. I'll manage. I hit a button on it or something. Activate pass-through or some such. Honestly, not that much noise in my apartment. It's hard to tell when the which mode is the sound canceling mode. Whatever, it's cool. I'll manage. We just gotta get past the mines. Been going about 4 hours, so looking like a 5-hour stream, I'd reckon, from here. Very good. It sounds like people are just going nutty in the theater and just having an amazing time, and like you know, for adults, it's kind of a nightmare, you know, just like anyone, you know, my age or older is just like going in there and going like, what the fuck? You know, and I read Patrick Klepek's write-up of the situation, going with his 5-year-old and his 8-year-old. Patrick Klepek, known video game reporter man, now doing independent stuff these days. He basically writing mostly about like his experience with raising his kids and stuff, and on games and stuff. That's sort of his lane now that he's become a dad. And it's just fascinating to me, just like, what the hell? That's like a whole phenomenon that just like, I'm on the outside looking in on, going like, what the hell is going on? What the hell do you mean, chicken jockey? I mean, not that we didn't have jokes as well. I remember, you know, I've known a meme or two, you know, but like, I don't get that one. You know, like many things in life, it's easy to think of Abe Simpson's and it'll happen to you, you know, speech from The Simpsons, you know, I used to be with it, but they changed what it was. And what's it now? See, what I'm it with now isn't it, and what's it seems weird and scary to me, and it'll happen to you. No way, man. We're gonna keep on rocking forever, 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 forever. And that was a scene that was set in the past of the, you know, 90s show set in the 70s. So like, you know, long distance past now. Now, Homer Simpson was a millennial the whole time, according to the current timeline. Is that how it works? Wait. Something that's just occurring to me right now. I'm walking over here, even though I know the objective is the other way. But I just want to look at this. Isn't this the same, like, enemy barrier as in Cameo? Is that the same enemy barrier? Huh. I think, I'm pretty sure there were enemy barriers in Cameo. I just played it like 2 weeks ago. Finished it 2 weeks ago. Rings a bell. Looks familiar. Maybe. Question mark. I don't know. Who can say? Probably due to the tonal differences. I mean, there are a lot of beautiful tracks in this game, regardless of, like, what tone they're going for. You know, and like, beauty. You maybe guess. Like, what would it have to be to not fit with Star Fox? Not cinematic? Really unclear. I'll have to listen to that song at some point, because I am legitimately curious. These guys just respawn, don't they? Hell, yeah, they do. I've seen them respawn in other places. Anyway, Minecraft movie seems weird as hell, and a phenomenon that, like, I'm on the outside looking at it and going like, oh man, I don't understand young people now. I'm not with it. What I'm with isn't it. I'm with Star Fox Adventures, Dinosaur Planet, and, you know, things of that nature. Apparently, that is not, it. But I don't know. Then again, I do think, like, my generation is just gonna continue, like, having our own stuff indefinitely because there's so many of us. You know, millennials. We're gonna continue being pandered to for the next, like, 20 years. Maybe. I don't know how demographics work. A weird tower defense part. Is it tower defense? Am I defending my, my buddy there? Doesn't look like my buddy's under attack. Oh, I see. Blow up the thing. Oh, Jesus. Presents. Overshooting, I'm undershooting, I'm overshooting, I'm undershooting. Or am I doing this wrong? Nope, nope, did it right. Picked a great time to stop trying. That was the last shot that I needed. Minecraft movie seems weird. I will not be seeing it. Just, like, low-key, no interest in going to see it. It sounds like an amazing experience for those who are, like, you know, in on the joke. Who otherwise, you know, I saw it described as, I think Patrick Kellogg put it by saying, like, who cannot discern between, like, sarcasm and irony and sincerity, who are just, like, all in, regardless of, like, regardless. And that sounds like an amazing experience to have. I will not be having it. You know. Oh, did I need to kill those guys while they were out and about? Why did they leave the safety of the... Why did they leave the safety of the thing so that I could kill them? But, I got another card related to Minecraft. I played a little Minecraft just before the stream. A couple hours ago. I was sort of, like, in a little bit of the mood. I'll say, like, you know, my experience with Minecraft started... when I was in college, right? Started when Minecraft had just come out, you know, just out on early access or whatever, or just came out as a free thing. And it was a different game back then. I'll say, like, looking at it now, playing it again for the first time in a couple years, and seeing it now has, like, oh, a crafting screen that tells you all the recipes. And as you get certain ingredients, it's like, oh, you got a new recipe. A part of that is just like, not exactly my jam. You know, I don't know. Part of me is just like, I like the way it was before. I like the way it was way back when. No. I remember when I first played the survival part of, like, Minecraft, you know? First time I played Minecraft, that was the way you did it. You know, no question. That's just how I engaged with Minecraft. I survived. I was like, holy fuck, there's all sorts of monsters out and about. What is going on there? How do I, like, I gotta hide in a house overnight. Oh, I build a bed, and that's how I make the night pass. Okay, great. You know, fuck, creeper blew up my shit. You know, eventually I trudged out and found a new place, and later on figured out how to combine the two with a nether pathway. And that was basically around the end of my experience, you know. I got that far, and it's like, okay, where else do I go? I pretty much got it down. I have 2 houses. That's the experience that I had, you know, in college in like 2010, 2011, whenever that game started. And it was a hell of a good time, you know? What the fuck? And I think, like, the thing that for me is something that I don't really care for in, like, the modern Minecraft, you know, current Minecraft. I never cared for eating. For, like, the food system. Hunger. And I guess I'll say, like, this is totally maybe a disconnect between me and, a disconnect between me and all survival games now, because they all have eating systems as a big part of, like, you know, by necessity you have to eat, manage your hunger, and Minecraft is probably a big part of that, but I left survival mode before eating was a thing. Not to say that was my end of Minecraft. No, like, definitely, you know, around that same time, a few years later, I hung out on a forums on the tested.com Minecraft server, which was a spin-off of Giant Bomb at the time. Exists in some capacity now, except owned by the guys from Mythbusters who, you know, are cool, I guess. I don't know. I didn't really care for that era. I liked the old times and was more into it back before that happened. Anyway, that was my, you know, I spent some time on a more creative server where, like, you know, it was all peaceful and all, so no one really needed to eat for those reasons. And, like, you could, you know, it wasn't, like, creative, but it was peaceful. It was somewhere between creative and peaceful, I think, that server, and more a place where you would hang out and, like, craft cool stuff and build cool cities than do anything else. I never got into Minecraft. I never did any of the story stuff beyond just, like, you know, go to the nether, hang out there, make a path to get you from one of your settlements to another. You know, for me, that was about as far as I wanted it to go. You know, and I think that was great. Is this what we want to do? Kill these guys? Or are they just infinitely respawning? Anyway, played some... There we go. Yep. Kill those guys is correct. Played some Minecraft. That's a bit of fun. I'll say, like, a lot of the things they changed is weird to me. And, like, I don't know if I can do survival again with hunger. It just kind of annoys me having to worry about getting food and maybe getting meat for the food, cooking it, etc. It's just not my jam at all, and no, it is what it is. If I could get, like, a mod or something, or a cheat that could disable the hunger meter and maybe make it so that food is how you just get health back, that would make sense if food got your health back, you know, and that's it, and otherwise you didn't regenerate health. Oh, here's the third one. Perfect. But I don't know. I do feel like on some level, Minecraft is just something that I'm done with. That said, like, hey, you know, you put it on the Switch 2, you have it be like a better performing version of the Switch 1 version, which can be a little clunky, truth be told, for like performance reasons, because Switch 1 is the way Switch 1 is. You know, I could see playing it, and you know, I got a nephew. I bet the nephew will get into it when he's older than 1 year old. You know, when he's not a toddler. When he can talk. He'll figure out, and, you know, like, shit, that's just an easy, like, family time activity, right? Just like, yeah, play some Minecraft, kid. With like, the nephew. You know, obviously, I don't gotta do, nothing unless I want to, but, you know, hey, I see the kid a bunch. You know, see the kid, I've seen the kid a good amount, and, shit, man, he's gonna be like a little person soon enough. And like a reasonable, you know, him and any other siblings he gets over time are gonna be a reasonably big part of like, my life as I age, I guess. That's weird to think about. I don't know, like, I'll say, like, I have no plans whatsoever of, like, you know, fathering a son myself. You know, that doesn't really interest me much. And also, there's a whole, like, litany of steps that come before fathering a son, you know? Steps that don't include, like, spending, you know, a good chunk of the week. Yeah, you know, I don't get out much, I'll say that. And, like, I do 2 streams a week, maybe 3 streams on some weeks. It's not over here. Where the fuck were those gears? I spend a good amount of time on all the stuff that I do in games, and you know, I have a great time, but I don't know, where do you meet people these days? I mean, I do love theme parks, and that's a great 3rd place, honestly. I could become a person who hangs out, gets a season pass, and occasionally goes down to the Six Flags over Texas. Or I could move to Orlando and become a, like, Universal regular head. I love Universal. And I have family in Orlando. I could do that. That's an option for my life. You know, if I was less tethered to Texas. You know, if family wasn't here. If I could move, if I had the reason or means to move anywhere I wanted, like, Orlando would probably be high on the list, just for the reason of, like, yeah, then I could get a season pass to, honestly, I'd probably get a season pass to all the parks, what the fuck. And this channel would suddenly become, like, a whole lot more of a theme park channel. I know I talk about it a lot already, but, like, you know, I would probably think more seriously about, like, okay, can I stream from Universal sometime? Like, you know, real life YouTubers I know who do that. You know, like Rixflix, who I think is cool. Where the fuck is those gears? The thing about, like, streaming in real life like that, the one thing that would, like, hold me, give me, like, a little bit of doubt is that I don't know how you do alerts or, like, half the cool things I do on stream, you know, doing OBS from the phone. It seems to me like OBS from the phone is just, like, 100 times less capable. It's over here somewhere, isn't it? OBS from the phone just seems like you can't do much of anything, and it's a real pain in the ass to set up. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Real pain in the ass to set up, where I don't know that would be like a comparable experience to, like, these regular live streams. Certainly I couldn't do the Pikmin, which, I guess, you know, I can't do the Pikmin. I don't know the Pikmin are going to be a forever thing anyway. You know, they might be. I like them. But, like, they don't have to be. Anyway, Minecraft, I feel like it's probably beyond me now. And, like, I don't know. the way Minecraft is for a lot of people, it's not just creative or survival. It's like a game to play games in, like Roblox is. And I don't know nothing about that. That's even more foreign to me than the idea of eating food to survive. I mean, I understand the concept. I do it in real life, but you know what I mean. It's like, I don't even want to deal with eating food and survival, let alone like all sorts of other new things. We have to light some torches, right? I feel like we light this up. On the leaf of faith lies a puzzle. Oh, we shoot the thing. Okay. Flame 5 times and we're good.
Flame. Flame.
We got this. We have more than enough tricky food. And, yeah. I would love to do some sort of Minecraft stream sometime. I'll say. Like, that is definitely an idea I have for, like, a silly one-off stream. You know, where, say, like, oh, the idea is let's just dig a hole. I'm just gonna dig a hole and talk. Which... I don't know, maybe there's more interesting things we could do in Minecraft, but... I don't know, the basics of digging a hole sounds perfect for the discussion of anime. You know, that's just perfect, like, something to do while I'm talking about, stuff that I've been up to. What the hell is this? Okay, it's a path that you walk on. Ah, that's a weird thing. What's the deal with that? Why was that a thing? I guess that's like a weird secret where like, no. Stop and listen to the music in the light bridge area. Okay, I will. Yeah, good call. I guess that's a way to make it so that the dinosaur horn wasn't found by the duders, the sharp claws. Let's listen. I'm giving us more volume. Huh. I'm hearing in chat that this song only plays here in the final game. It was the original prototype song for Krystal Palace Interior. I was here wondering if it was like a remix of like Grunty's music or something. Or like banjo theme or something. Sort of has similar vibes. It's really getting somewhere, isn't it? There's some, like, this is a good song. What the hell? Secret song. Literal secret song. There's a song on the Diddy Kong Racing soundtrack that's called Secret Song, but I don't think that's actually in the game. So, this is an actual secret song that's in the game. Is Secret Song also in the game? I don't know. Maybe it's in, like, the music select or something, or the music checker. Let's go. Enough of that. That's neat, though. I got like 2 more cards left. We're just about out of cards, I'll say, which is nice. Means that I paced them out properly and brought in the right number, I think, because we're like most of the way through this this here temple. You know, we're about to go to the actual mines, I think. I think this is like the main. We're about to go on a big mammoth ride bit. And then there's like the interior mines. Like we've been outside the mines, kinda, this whole time. This is DarkIce mines, but it's not the mines of DarkIce mines. This is the ice of DarkIce mines. I don't know. What I'm saying is, I think there's a good call for a timestamp situation. What the hell? Why didn't the thing work? Here, blowhorn? Okay, we blowhorn here. The interior mine has a different song in the prototype too, which you're gonna link. Major tone difference from the final song. I always like this song with the silly like tuba music for the mammoth. It's appropriate. I will say, as far as the tuba goes, I feel like one thing I heard like in like high school or whatever, someone said in high school something to the effect of like, oh man, you know, the tuba, it goes like back and forth, and that's the only thing it does. And I at the time was thinking like Grunty Industries, you know, which was contemporary at the time. Let's go. Let's ride our mammoth to the temple, to the mines part of DarkIce Mines. This seems like a perfectly good place for another timestamp. Is this a timestampable segment, or we'll see. I'll think about it when I make the VOD. I don't mind more timestamps. More timestamps are good. You know, you want to see just the mines of DarkIce Mines? You love seeing the mammoth ride? Be my guest. Look at this mammoth. He is cool. I don't have any camera control. I can't like swing around and show people coming off the timestamp. If there is one, the mammoth front. You're gonna have to take my word for it. We just saw this gentleman. He is quite striking. Quite a handsome fellow. From the front, you know. Please link that. A lot of like beta talk in the chat last this whole thing. Honestly, it was a theme as well for Cameo, because we know a lot about Cameo's development and stuff.
Maybe I can help until he does.
We also know a lot about Conker's development, so like when we do that one, it'll be a whole thing. And I will not speak to the mystery game again. This whole thing has been part of a series where I've been playing multiple games. Yeah, that was not a long enough thing for a timestamp, I don't think. That was pretty minor. That was just a short walk. Right? Just a short walk. Okay. No timestamp. I'm deciding it now. No timestamp. No one came off a timestamp because there wasn't one. Official. Unless we go through here and it's a lot more, no, we're parking our guy. This is it for, our fella. Ugh. I'll say I didn't, get a nap before the stream or nothing. Even though, you know, I've been up all day and didn't get too much sleep. But I've been trying to, like, get my sleep schedule in line. So, like, not taking an after-work nap before the stream means that I'm more likely to sleep after the stream at a reasonable time. Which is good for mental health as well. You know, which is good for... oh, God. Maybe there will be a timestamp, and it'll be like vehicle time, elephants, and speeders. I didn't know that we would be in. I forgot that we were in for a second case of these. Hopefully this is a gimme, and not like something that takes multiple tries. This guy reminds me of Conquer. You know, this particular part, and I guess, you know, again, I would reckon this was left over from the Diddy Kong Racing days, Diddy Kong Racing 2 days. But who knows? Maybe also, like, part of it was like the Star Foxy angle. You know, it could be Star Foxy angle. Okay, you know what? That was kind of nothing. And now we're in the factory, or the mines, or... Is this a factory, or is this mines? I don't know, but we're in it. This is the other part of this area, and like the main part where you can see they got mammoths on treadmills there. That's their economic policy, you know. They're gonna make the mammoths pull their weight. I don't fucking know. That doesn't really match real world politics. For once, the metaphor falls apart. Nothing like this is going on in the real world. In fact, we're trying to stop having sweatshops now and have American sweatshops. Different situation entirely. The opposite, really. I mean, I don't know if... No, I don't know, like, how labor conditions have been in recent years, you know. Maybe it's not as bad as it once was. I wouldn't know. Not my department. I'm not involved with that anyway. Not been there. Oh, I need to, like, hit a switch or something. Or this is a lava wall. This is not good. These lava alcoves are weird. Here's the original song for Interior Mines. If I had to guess, I would say... You said it was a darker overall. This is pretty dark. This is like a sweatshop in the mines. There's a button above the flame jet. Ah, okay. A shooty button. Okay, thanks for the tip. I was totally about to backtrack, like, half... really far away, you know. Ah, so there is, so there is. You know, with SD, it's a little harder to see things, you know, versus, like, HD that we have now. Kids today have it pretty good, you know. They're gonna have the Switch 2 growing up, you know. And, like, honestly, the Switch 2 might be like the PS4, you know. Good enough for whatever. You know, good enough for any game that comes out in the future. And good enough where, like, you know, people will continue to support it even once there's a Switch 3, which is basically your PS5, you know, equivalent hardware. Like I said earlier, the PlayStation 4 continues to get support, you know, and so does the Xbox One, because, frankly, the hardware's good enough. That's gonna be pretty cool. I mean, maybe they'd rather, like, have new hardware and new technology to be excited for, but, like, how much farther can it get? How much better can you get than, you know, right now even, you can't really perceive the difference between 4K and 8K. I mean, that's like maybe the thing. Like, okay, they could go to 8K. I gotta ask, like, can you really? No. Eyes aren't that good. Eyes aren't that good. I just don't think that'll be a really. I feel like 8K is like the 3D, you know, back 10 years ago, back like 12 years ago, whatever. It's a boondoggle, and it's not going to pan out. It's gonna like be dead on arrival. Did our buddy get like captured? Our buddy got captured or something. I didn't notice that. Oh well, I guess I rode the thing. How is he going to follow while I went on the jet ski? I didn't think about that. Oh well, that's fine. Just means that we'll retrieve him later, and then he'll do whatever things he has to do for us. That'll be fine. Gus, we got. Here's the key that gets him. Okay, great. Case in point, we saved him and he's fine. He's a little hungry. Here you go, good buddy. I guess let's take him. Looks like we have to go. Oh, that's like the princess, isn't it? That's like the princess. We're making. I think we're like most way through this. I remember this area with the flames pretty acutely. That's like my main memory of this mines area. Those flaming rotating things. Let me do another card. I have 2 of them left. Y'all ever put off a game for weeks for basically no reason? I've been thinking about this because, you know, like a month or 2 ago, I really enjoyed my first time with Avowed, and then I cranked through like the first 2/3 of the first like 75% of the game, first like 3 areas, and I'm on the last major area apparently, and like I sort of stopped cold turkey and haven't gone back to it in a couple weeks. You know, a lot of it is what I said earlier, you know, which is just like Xbox. Playing on the Xbox is more inconvenient than playing on the Switch. Part of it is that, or like on a PC or something where I don't have to change inputs. And I can just do some picture-in-picture type shit. You know, let's say on the PC I can do picture-in-picture and have my game be full screen. And have my video be above it as a picture-in-picture situation. That's great. I really need to get back to Avowed. I don't know when I'm going to. I was really enjoying Avowed. I thought it was like legitimately up there Game of the Year wise. You know, it's of that echelon, but something about just having to dedicate time to story stuff, a game where I pay attention to story, I just haven't found the energy for it recently. Need to soon, I think. I don't want to abandon it. And I know that there's some stuff coming right soon, so I might have to. I should play it tomorrow, off stream.
I lost you in the blizzard. Some sharp claws found me and threw me in that stinky cell.
Well, that explains it. Guess it was during like the mammoth bit.
Who are you?
I am Fox, and this is the Crown Prince of the Earthwalkers. We've been sent by the SnowHorn
That's right.
Gatekeeper to find the Spellstone. Do you
That's
know where
right.
it's hidden?
My
That's
name
right.
is Belina Tay. The gatekeeper is
That's
my
right.
father. Did
That's
he
right.
send you to rescue me?
That's right.
I'm sorry, Belina, but he feels you have betrayed the beliefs of the gatekeepers.
That's
We were
right.
only sent to find the Spellstone.
The
That's
old
right.
fool. I had to save the tribe. If it wasn't for my father being a
That's
gatekeeper,
right.
none of this would have happened in the first place.
That's right. I guess. Well, you're gonna help us, like, do something or other, I think. I think she just opened up an important area. We need her help to do things. I'm remembering an area with icicles. Don't we have to, like, shoot down icicles and climb up a waterfall in the next bit?
Belina, are you there?
Listen carefully. Find a way to the bottom of the mine. I'll meet you there.
Bottom of the mine, got it. Let's go, let's do this. Anyway, all that to say, I want to finish Avowed, but I haven't had the time. I'm replaying other games idly for no reason. Just because they're games I can play without thinking about them, you know? Games that I know like the back of my hand, that I played hundreds of times, and that I can easily play while watching even subtitled anime if I really, really want to, because I know them by heart, and I've gotten good at reading subs quickly and looking back at the screen on the Switch or otherwise. Part of that is like why I'm really excited for the Switch 2. Yeah, this is totally the area that I was thinking of, by the way, just 2 seconds ago. This is the area I was talking about. With the icicles. I'm really excited for the Switch 2, and part of that is because, you know, I'll have a portable system that's strong enough to handle games like Avowed, I think. You know? And I'll be able to just play those portably on the couch while watching stuff. Totally distracted. And then if there's, like, quest stuff that I need to, like, you know, pay attention to, unmute the thing, and it'll be good. I just need to get in there and do the stuff where it's plot related. You know, just like talk to the people in town, get the quests, and then I can just like put on a podcast or a video or something and do the grinding and the fighting of monsters and the exploration. You know, that I can do as a podcast game, no problem. So I should really get back to that. I'm meaning to. A bunch of games are coming out or have come out, so, like, truth be told, I'm not sure, like, the time is right, you know, sadly. Frogger. This is like Frogger, except, oh god! Well, except actually I could swim. But I can't get back up after I've fallen. So I might as well go down and reset. That seemed like a no-win situation. I don't know if there was a way to get all the way there, especially because when I ran off, I fell off and didn't jump. Maybe I went to the second platform a little too late. There wasn't time for the third platform to line up. That's correct. Basically what happened. This time it was easy. Bottom of the mine, here we come. I guess we have like the full map so we can kind of see. We're now heading towards a big room. Speaking of games I've been playing, I'll do one more card, the last card of the night. I mean, I'll say if we had like an abundance of more time, I could talk about like some of the other anime that I breezed over earlier on account of I didn't want to get bogged down this stream in that. And I feel like, you know, a little anime is good to talk about, and I enjoy it. But like, you know, on a playthrough stream, it doesn't really have as many of the like moments where it's cool to just like stop playing for 10 minutes while I talk about several shows, whereas like the viewer level streams on Friday, those come complete with like, okay, we need to wait and see if X viewer is present. I have one more card, which is this one. I started replaying Paper Mario, and I'm like most of the way, by the way. I'm like most of the way done. I've been replaying a bunch of random old games recently, like the Metroid Prime series. Let's see, what else did I do recently? Bunch of Metroid games like 2D, Dread, Fusion, Zero Mission, I did DK94 and Picross, Mario's Picross. Those ones I hadn't played before, but you know, same deal. And I decided, why not do Paper Mario for the first time in a while? And it's fun and good, wouldn't you know? I'll say, if anyone knows me, if anyone remembers like streams I've done in the last year or 2 or 3, like I have played Paper Mario in a sense in the last couple years, but it's mostly been the randomizer.
You made it!
Yeah, we made it. It was very easy.
My father didn't say exactly.
It's actually quite easy.
But he knew that General
It hasn't
Scales
been
had hid it
easy.
somewhere close. Look carefully.
Hasn't
Sure
been
you'll
easy,
enjoy
my
it if
ass.
you can find it before they do. Time is short. You must find the spell stone.
Wasn't that hard, actually. The horn was only for one thing, only for summoning one guy. Wasn't like a mythical icon. Hey, El Papa Pio, how you doing? We're towards the end of this. Paper Mario's great. Really enjoying playing it casually again for the first time in like 4 years. You know, I'll say like when I play the randomizer, I tend to avoid all like incidental battles, and also I start with like, you know, oh right, there's the barrel section. That's right. Thank you for the follow, El Papa Pola. Thank you. Right, there's like a barrel section like Half-Life, or I guess this predates Half-Life. Like a Donkey Kong style and barrel sequence, isn't there? Like what other game has that same sort of gimmick other than Half-Life? Like Half-Life. That's fine. That's a fine example. Really fun playing Paper Mario again. I love that game. One of my favorite games to replay. And definitely like when I replayed a lot as a child. When I was a kid, I would rent it from the I never owned Paper Mario until the Virtual Console, but I would rent it from like from like Blockbuster and the local game store. Half-Life 2 had a barrel section. Half-Life 2 was 2004. That's what I meant. I don't think Half-Life 1 had a barrel section. It was in the one, yeah. 2 years after this. That's right. Yeah, it's a couple of years, yeah. Anyway, great game. Really love going through it. When I do the randomizer, I don't do random encounters at all. So, like, you know, to grind to get my level up, I'm doing all the random encounters, and that's just because there's a lot of interesting like thought process in like managing resources, keeping health up, finishing fights as fast as where's that barrel section? As fast as you can. And it's just a whole lot of fun to think about and to manage. Paper Mario is a hell of a game, and boy howdy do I wish there was more than like just one sequel to Paper Mario, you know? Like proper Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door. One of my favorite games of all time, of course, but like, man, I wish there was a lot more than just that. No. I could replay it like dozens of times and probably have a good time. And I'll say like, you know, that's definitely like how I like to enjoy the randomizer. That and just like running around, figuring out like, okay, where can I go? Randomizers are fun. But just playing it casually, it's different in ways. One way is that like, when I do the randomizer, I always skip over the Bowser's Castle part because it's kind of tedious for a randomizer. You know, it's not that interesting. It's all, you know, once you have enough, it's all pretty kind of linear. So I just skip to the end and it's just over, and that's pretty sweet. But it'll be fun to do Bowser's Keep again for the first time in a while. That's also been fun, like you know, fighting enemies properly, like normally. rather than just skipping past them and avoiding them. I have 2 Baphomet, so don't worry about me. I'll be fine. We're near. Don't worry, again, I got a Baphomet. Yes, I would like to use a Baphomet. Do the Baphomet respawn, or are they like one and done? Once we get one, it's like, you know, we can't replenish it. It's not, or is it just like fairies where it's just like, yeah, it's cool. Go ahead, you just take another one. I mean, we can buy them, right? We can just buy a Baphomet if we really need one. And the money is farmable, so like, you know, even if there are finite Baphomet, we can totally get more. It's just annoying. Should I have not respawned there? Should I have just, like, taken the thing and just, like, gone back to a checkpoint? Which probably would have been, like, you know, down the ladder somewhere. I don't know. I am now out of cards, out of things to discuss. We can always go back to the Switch 2 and, like, worsening economic conditions. That's topical. That's not going away. If anything happened while I was streaming the last, like, 5 hours, tell me. Please. If, like, a celebrity died, or, like, you know, anything happened with the tariff situation, would love to know. Honestly. And this is, like, a standing thing, you know. If like, Nintendo Switch Online games were to be announced, always feel free to tell me. I'm not checking the news. I'm not seeing the Discords while I'm live. Unless I were to take a break or something. Always keep that in mind. Like, if something is super topical, feel free. Okay, that was annoying. What do I do with this barrel? It took a while to get up here. I can't waste it. Is this it? I brought this barrel up here to be put on a switch. Is that right? That doesn't feel right. I think that's right. Should I worry it's going to despawn if I walk away? Oh, okay, cool. That's the thing you put on and it lifts it up and brings it to you. Lovely. Okay. No worries, no worries. We're being shot at, so... And there's, like, fire things over there. I maybe should be a little worried. I wish I had camera control on the sea. Was this whole... How did menuing work? How did items work in the original prototype? It was N64, right? So... Probably very different. Probably more of a menu that you popped up with a button. Than like, C... maybe C buttons navigated the menu. It's worth noting this was early days of... knowing that, like, are people gonna want us do... Back then, they didn't know, like, are people gonna want to do, looking around in a Zelda game? Like, looking around using the camera? The answer is yes. basically any game should have some form of camera control. Generally. Are there exceptions to that? I think Grab by the Ghoulies was kind of fine without it, but... No, that's not true. Grab by the Ghoulies has camera control. You can use the shoulders or something to rotate the camera. Games that like, otherwise use the sticks figure out ways of otherwise controlling the camera. That fanfare sounds so familiar, weirdly. Like, that just sounds like the most generic fanfare in the world. Do-do-do-do-do. That's just generic fanfare, right? Like, that's not a Star Fox Adventures thing that started here or with a previous Star Fox game or something. That's just what fanfare sounds like, right? And they just didn't reinvent the wheel. They just didn't reinvent the wheel. Coming up on the 5-hour mark, where it's a 12:45 now. Streaming, playing about I would say 4.5 hours, just over that. Looking like a 5-hour stream then. I'll say like the cameo streams all went this long. I do want to like make sure that we're not going super duper long. And I'll say, like, if this game takes 5 streams to do, it takes 5 streams to do, you know. That's just the reality of it, you know. I'm fine with that, but I do like making all this progress. I do like getting down with the first major area in one stream. That's just, I like a good like, stopping point, you know. I like a good point to stop at and feel satisfied with and go like, okay, made it through like a fourth of the game. Maybe a little more. Probably on track to do this in 4 streams. I mean, from here, what happens? We turn in the thing. That's a whole thing. We turn in the stone, the spell stone. We go to the next location. We meet with the people who are like stewards of the Cloud Runner City. Meet with the Cloud Runners. Then we go up to the Cloud Runner City. What is involved in like then bring that back and then it's a whole thing? I feel like the next 2 streams, the next 3 streams might be shorter on average. Might be more like 4 hours, and we might 3-4 hours, and we might still get through a dungeon every time. That said, I do think this is the longest of the games that we played so far as part of this rare playthrough thing. You know, cameo, Grunty's Revenge, Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3 GBA. You know, I was about to say we haven't even found a Krazoa spirit yet, and we gotta rescue like 7 of them or something, or 5 or 6 of them. How many Krazoa spirits are there? If anyone knows, I would love to hear. There's like 7 of them, and we kept and we returned 1 of them so far. I guess all of those add like wait, no, this is not a Krazoa spirit. This is a boss. We're at the boss! Hey! Great, perfect. This is the boss. 6 in the final game, 8 in the prototype. Gotcha. Fewer is probably better because you do have to like make a trip to the Krazoa Palace and do a whole thing every time you get one. You know, it's kind of out of the way. You know, it's kind of a whole thing. They actually explain this guy is frozen there. In the prototype, they explain why the guy is frozen there. The gatekeeper had a run with him a year ago and froze him using a waterfall. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a cool detail. Wait. Wait, I don't understand. They have the Spellstone? I mean, I know that we were going after the Spellstone and all. But why is the Spellstone in the middle of the mines? If the idea is that General Scales has it. Shouldn't General Scales have just taken it with him when he left? Where did General Scales go? I don't know where General Scales went to. Some parts of this don't hold water when you think of them. Let's just unfreeze the boss and kill him. I saw that, yes. Why did you think I unfroze him? Why else would I unfreeze him other than I want to fight him and get the Spellstone back? Weird thing to be surprised about, Tricky. Some things don't make sense. I mean, they explained in here that, like, the Spellstone was in General Scales' possession, and he brought it, down into the mines with him. We need to, like, shoot into his chest. What is with this aiming mode? There we go. Do I need to, like, hit him? This guy is a reference to Edgar, the cockroach alien in Men in Black. Interesting. I don't remember Men in Black, though, that well, but I've seen it before. You have to, yeah, you have to hit him from behind in the first place. Oh, okay. Oh, he does have a brightly glowing butt. Stay. You're my bait, Tricky. That feels mean after I told his mom we'd take care of him. And specifically told him, like, oh, it's dangerous out there. There's gonna be bad guys. And also, I'm gonna use him as bait. Sorry. I told his mom I wouldn't use him as bait, but, like... I told his mom it was gonna be dangerous. I didn't tell her that I would literally be using him as bait. I feel like that sentence got away from me. You got it the first time. That's a cool bit. There are some cool parts of this boss fight. Like, it's kind of weird that each of these is just a one-off thing. You know, just like, okay, first, like, hit his butt. Then go inside his mouth. Now shoot him in the gaping chest hole. The anatomy of this dinosaur is cool. There probably wasn't a six-legged dinosaur, but I mean, such things are kind of possible. I'll say again, there's a lot of, like, things about dinosaurs that could exist, far as we know. We gotta hit him. No, it's still whole time. In the prototype, the second phase had its own song. I have a Baphomet, so I'm still good. I mean, a weird thing about, quote-unquote, the prototype that's, like, probably interesting to note is that, like, a lot of games have prototypes. Or rather, there's countless versions of any game. You know, you say the prototype, and, you know, we've seen the... Don't worry, I have a Baphomet. You know, we've seen the prototype, we know what we're talking about. Was it Space World or something? It was probably from some event, leaked at some point, and, you know, that's the one. The build we have is one of the latest one, if not the latest before GameCube. Gotcha. So, like, there's probably 100, you know, versions before that. More missing links, as it were. You know, we were just talking about evolution and biology.
Oh, no.
That's a good boss fight. Kind of weird that no phase other than the inside part repeated. Fox was already in it at that point. Oh, right, yeah. I remember seeing that, and that was like... You still played as Krystal or like... Or whatever at that point. Maybe Randorn was still in it as like a, you know, a relative of Krystal's or something.
Oh, you must forgive your father. You must work together to lead the SnowHorn tribe against Scales instead of fighting each other.
I will, Fox. Because of you, my people shall no longer live as
I mean...
Okay, we'll see you soon.
Oh, also we get health for getting a Spell Stone. That's nice. I was about to say, like, where does this, like, cocky brat get off, like, who's been rude all this time, talking like some sort of, like, revolutionary, but I guess he has fought, like, multiple Lilat wars against, like, an evil emperor before, and, you know, built camaraderie between both his, squad mates and also the, greater army and other, like, you know, one-off mercenary types who joined him for a mission. He knows how to handle... This isn't his first rodeo, as far as that's concerned. Alright. We beat the thing. I think this is where we, stop for tonight. Next time, we will fly back to the Dinosaur Planet, turn in the thing, and, you know, ideally go as far as, the, second...
that this is your current position.
Second, dealy-do, the Cloud Runner Fortress.
Show where you need to go next.
That'll be next time, though. Star Fox hasn't had a job in a long time, so he's just moody because he's been unemployed, you know, or just been doing mercenary work. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's sort of the setup of the game. And, like, what's-his-face? Falco is nowhere to be seen. He just, like, is off on his own doing whatever. Let me save again just to be extra safe. I already saved, but now I will save a second time. There we go. And, they explain in the manga why he left. Interesting. I'm just gonna quit out. Let's, quit out. I can turn off my waveboard. We are done for tonight, folks. It is just about to turn 1. So we're looking at just under a 1-hour stream. Excellent. Or 5-hour stream total from the start of the game to here. The, start of the end of the first, orb. Technically, we still have to turn it in. We still have to go to the fortress, the Spellstone temple thing. That'll be next time. That's fine. I'm happy doing the boss and counting that as like the end of an arc, even if it's not really the end. You know, at this rate, I'll say I wasn't sure that we would get to this point in the first stream, and you know, certainly we could have not if I had ended at like the 4-hour mark or the 3-hour mark. But we got a ways to go, and we will go that ways next time. In the prototype, there were 6 cell zones instead of 4. Longer game, I suppose. I think 4 is the right number, but I guess, you know, they could have easily put a spell stone in some of the parts that became, like, just, you know, running around Cape Claw or something like that. Let me pull up the old schedule and tell you when I will be back. If you're looking for more of this, it'll be next Tuesday around 8 p.m. Central. More Star Fox Adventures Dinosaur Planet until we finish this. This week I have a Thursday stream planned. I'm going to start into the blueprints, which has now officially been come out from under embargo, and the blueprints is sort of like a Myst-like game, is what people are saying. People are saying it's really goddamn good, so I'm gonna try it out on Thursday. And it's on Game Pass, so I'm going to take that opportunity to try out some other Game Pass games, such as maybe South of Midnight and Atomfall. Those are 2 that just came out. Maybe we'll do that on Thursday, 8 p.m. Central. And finally, if you like my main thing, is Mario Maker, and that's on Friday from 6 p.m. Central on. You'll see me there as well. Couple streams this week. Usually there's just 2, but want to get that Thursday stream in. At some point, I'm going to be out for a Friday because of LASIK. Whenever I figure out that there's not going to be a pre-order, whenever I figure out that pre-orders aren't about to open for Switch 2, I will figure out when I'm doing LASIK and get that scheduled in. But that shouldn't affect the Tuesday stream unless I turn it into the Mario Maker stream instead. We'll see what happens, you know, how the LASIK goes and all. But I'll see ya on Thursday, Friday, or maybe a week from now on Tuesday, whichever one you please. VOD will be going up soon enough, and of course, you know, give your love to the give your love to the VOD, give your love to the shorts that go up every day. Give your love all the time. I don't know where I'm going with this. Finding someone to raid on Twitch. Let's see who's on, who to send you to. Thinking. That's, Jax is doing, multiple people are doing, Neptune Neon is doing Metroid Dread Randomizer. I like Metroid Dread Randomizer. 3 Emmy DNA. That's excellent. I recommend that randomizer. And, Dread as well, a lot. Let's, I'll send you there. That sounds good. Okay, folks. That's gonna do it for tonight's stream. We made real damn good progress. Maybe if we keep this right, we can do this in 4 streams? Maybe 5. I don't know, like, from the final thing to, like, the final boss. Is that gonna be, like, a quick thing? Or do I have to go to a temple? I don't know how exactly that's gonna play out, but I'm thinking a nice leisurely 3, 4, 5 streams. I'm thinking that's great. I'll see ya on Thursday for the blueprints and probably more. That's a pun off blueprints. You see, blueprints. I'll see you for that on Thursday. Mario Maker on Friday, and then more Star Fox Adventures a week from now. And eventually, I'll play Conker's Bad Fur Day mystery game or something else. All sorts of things in the future. Birthday streams in a month, you know, that'll be fun too. That'll be Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, switching between them every 5 lives. That'll be fun. Lots of things. I'll see you on Thursday, Friday, or Tuesday, or in the future. Bye!